Доброго дня всім, шановні.
Good morning, everyone, dear colleagues. Good morning, dear colleagues. The Ukrainian Institute for International Policy, together in partnership with the team of the Ministry of Economics, are beginning the third annual conference, Smart Specialization Dialogue for the Regional Development. And today the purpose of our conference, as usual, is to summarize the results and the outputs on the development of smart specialization for the year 2021. And this year, in essence, this conference is going to be very special because we are going to have presented different regions that will be able to talk about their outputs, deliverables. We will not only talking about the experience of other countries, but we'll be sharing about the experience of our country in our regions, what we are going to do in order to proceed. And now we have specific plans for the year 2022. Our project, within the framework of which we are holding these conferences, is supported by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Foreign Office of Germany via the Institute of Foreign Affairs, which is based in Germany. And the purpose for smart specialization, let me just briefly share with you what S3 is all about for those that are getting connected to us. The purpose of S3 is the individualized approach to every region, every territory, every stakeholder, which may be business, science. These may be you, the people working, organizations, entities working in regions who can very clearly say what you want, what you need, what you possess, and how you can use your benefits and gains. So specific benefits and advantages that you have, we will utilize them in order to establish dialogue between business and science. And the main components and stakeholders of smart specialization are businesses and science. And a very important role in this is to be played by the authorities, because this is political support, which has to be able to find the necessary resources to support this at the local level. Therefore, based on the results of the work in our regions, we will be able to witness that the regions that enjoy the support of regional state administrations have achieved very high results that they are going to introduce to us today. Besides, I would also like to speak about the Agency of Regional Development. The regions that have such agencies established in them can also involve them in order to support and maintain these processes and establish this cooperation. Now, we all understand that the stage of prioritization that we have is irrevocable, irreversible. This process has started, has been initiated, and some of these regions have a chance to become the first regions in Ukraine next year, because they already have S3 strategies available. And those who are going to be first will get the best resources and results. And naturally, at the national level, work will continue to shape the documentation, to approve the methodology for S3 at the level of the Ministry of Regional Development and Economy. But you understand that if you have the strategy and it needs to be approved at the regional state administration, this will be much easier and faster for you, because only after you have your methodology approved, you can launch your activities into operation. So all of the potential priorities that we have elaborated are the baggage that we can use in order to get a move on. And what more thing to stress is right now the association agreement is being revised, which means the parts which relate to export quotas for exports are being revisited. And if we talk about increasing quotas for Ukraine, we have to have the technologies and production that are going to be exported. They have to be competitive at that. Therefore, we are talking about the involvement of science, scientific technologies, and research in order to make our businesses that will go at the international level more competitive and capable to compete. So when we talk about financial resources, naturally, it's another extremely important component. However, here, the idea itself of smart specialization that we have resources available. We need to comprehend how to direct them, in what way to align them, and how to address them. And in specialization, not the one that has a lot of money, but the one who has the capacity and capability to distribute these resources in a proper way will definitely win. At this point, I would like to bring my welcoming remarks to a close, and I think that we will move on to the first session, the first discussion, which is going to be fully online. We have some guests from abroad. The first speaker is Romas Romeris. He is economic and political advisor of the Joint Research Center in the EU. And let me tell you that the European Commission, since 2018, has been very active in supporting Ukraine in elaborating S3 strategies and priorities in terms of utilization of statistical data and economic potential. Over the year 2018, we obtained a lot of support from the experts from JRC, who conducted a very rigorous analysis of all of the regions. And those of you who are in the hall with us today, we are taking advantage of this information and this data presented by JRC experts. You can all understand where your fields are, where your strengths lie. Besides, this analysis is also supported with the so-called scientometrics. Scientometrics is the analysis of the scientific potential, and this year, for 7 regions, in essence, analysis of a scientific potential has been carried away in order to understand where we have potential patents, laboratories, scientists, what they're busy dealing with, and what scientific potential is all about. And when we combine innovative and scientific potentials, we can see the potential fields for smart specialization, where we then begin to seek your priorities, about which you will eventually have to say that you're interested in them. So do we have Ramoyes with us online?
I think yes.
Ramoyes?
Hello, Nadia.
We are expecting some welcoming remarks from you. We're very much looking forward to seeing you, at least online. It's always a great pleasure. So please get started. Yes, and then we will talk further on. So Ramoyes,
Thank you very
the floor
much.
is yours.
Thank you very much. The pleasure is mine as well. So I would like to share my greetings with all the attendants, all the participants, all the ones that are participating live, and ones like me participating online. I think that it's a very great opportunity for every country to have an annual conference dedicated for smart specialization, to discuss, to promote, to share the achievements on a yearly basis. I think it's very important for the whole research and innovation system, for spreading the news about the achievements of this concept so far. Yes, I remember taking participation in this conference a couple of years ago in physical presence. And this year was not an easy year, and the year is not over. Still, we have some confinements, some restrictions, which are affecting our possibility to progress with smart specialization as well. But I want to really share our joy that regions of Ukraine that have been working this year with our support and support from other institutions, they really made progress despite all the unfortunate restrictions, confinements, and everything hard what was connected this year with the pandemic situation. The smart specialization did not stand still. The progress was made. It was achieved in various steps of strategy preparation, and I think that it's a very positive outcome. I hope that the engagement during this conference will be not only among the presenters as discussants, but among the regions as well. because I think that there are regions who are really able already to share their achievements, already successful completion of entrepreneurial discovery or EDP process workshops. And there are regions who are really willing to take on this experience and to learn from these regions. So it's not only that other European regions or experts sharing their experience. I think we're entering the stage that regions of Ukraine can be examples for other regions of Ukraine. And this is a great opportunity to share and learn. Currently, we have 13 regions registered Smart Specialization platform. I know that other regions will join us, or the registered regions, soon. They will join soon almost all regions from European Union countries registered at the platform. And I encourage everybody to use the platform as a database, as a knowledge source. Soon we will be adding some more resources to the platform, such as Knowledge Hub, where we will share some recent studies, some other kind of information for ones concerned in developing smart specialization strategies or just interested in the concept. We also plan to launch the massive open online courses known as MOOC, which will be connected with Smart Specialization for Sustainable Development Goals. It will be freely available for anybody to use. There will be some more advancements as well. Unfortunately, at this very moment, the Smart Specialization platform is experiencing a technical revamping, upgrade of some of the systems. And well, at least before the conference started, it was still not back online. So I hope it's back online very soon. I also want to cherish the collaboration of European Commission Joint Research Center with Ukraine, with government of Ukraine, with ministries of Ukraine, and regional representatives of Ukraine. We have this collaboration that started back in 2017. Every year we progressed in various aspects of helping to promote smart specialization strategies and to develop smart specialization strategies. We already organized a series of awareness building events, including main stakeholders from the ministries, from the regional administrations, as well science, academia, and business and society, all quadruple helix. We performed studies of economic and research potential, did mapping for the regional economies. We organized workshops where we trained, we provided knowledge for representatives of Ukrainian regions to be able to progress with further economic mapping or research potential mapping without any intervention from our experts. I hope that this is still progressing and still working. And we generally also provide expert support for the development of smart specialization strategies. We plan to continue on our activities, and for the next year, for 2022, we plan to work with 7 regions, provide expert support for 7 regions. I know that those regions that we worked before, they will continue also developing smart specialization strategies, but either with support from other organizations or either self-substantially, because they already have the required knowledge and courage and institutional capacity to continue this process. Also, I would like to mention that from this year, from 2021, we started working also on national level of smart specialization. The national level of smart specialization is currently led or co-led by a Ministry of Education and Research. It will be smart specialization for sustainable development goals, meaning that the outcome of the smart specialization at national level will be a roadmap, how to use research and innovation investments, research and innovation system for a better outcomes targeting sustainable of the continent and of the whole planet. It will be interesting and yet challenging to combine those strategies to work together in harmony. When we will have a number of regional smart specialization strategies that we are continue to working on, we will try to find the linkages with national smart specialization strategy to reinforce certain elements that the strategies could work together. Just to briefly reflect on the current status of smart specialization strategies in the European regions, because recently all regions had to update their smart specialization strategies according to some new particular policy developments, some new achievements that have been made within this concept. And of course, the main topic reflecting European Commission priorities that made strategies more green and digital. The new elements, the new combination of research and development systems are to work for a greener economies and more digital economies as well. The new programming period of 2021 and 2027 also had to comply with a certain new rules, which were called enabling conditions. And I think that those enabling conditions might be also of interest for our Ukrainian colleagues, because they have a certain logic that each of the region has to achieve as a precondition for a more successful or more, in fact, impactful implementation of the smart specialization strategies. And these preconditions were, not all of them, but the most important ones were to have an analysis of challenges and bottlenecks of innovation diffusion, meaning that the recent studies should show not only how the new knowledge or new potential of innovation is being manufactured, but actually what are the bottlenecks for the spread, for the territorial, for multidimensional spread of this innovation? What are the bottlenecks and how we can address them? Another condition was to have very precisely described a responsible body for coordination of the strategy, meaning that now the strategy has to have a more clearly identified body, or in many cases it's going to be an institution, not necessarily a group or a body. It's going to be an institution which would be responsible for the strategy. So responsibility and achievements, of course, it's a networked achievement in smart specialization implementation, but there should be a very clear, responsible, and a knowledgeable institution taking care of smart specialization. Also, there should be a continuous entrepreneurial development process. The process should be continuous, should never stop, should be carried on even after the priorities are developed, are adopted, and being implemented, meaning that there should be a constant knowledge feed into the strategy, and if necessary, strategy could be modified accordingly. Also, there should be a system of monitoring and evaluation. There should be a clear, responsible body performing monitoring and evaluation function as well, feeding in the necessary data of the strategies, the achievements, the progress, some other kind of signals, if any, to the responsible body and to continuous CDP process. That was also a required condition. Also, smart specialization enabling condition had to deal or tackle industrial transition conditions where applicable for the regions who are heavy on coal or heavy on other more polluting industries. They had to comply with to transition to a more sustainable economies, and smart specialization became also an element to support this transition. Of course, entering a new programming period, there were a lot of talks. So how was the previous programming period with 7 years of having smart specialization strategies, and how the success or not success of implementation can be measured? And it's a tricky question because it's very hard to tell what is a success of smart specialization or a success of priority of smart specialization, because I think that we are talking not about indicators such as new workplaces, new products, new patents, or let's say a business expenditure on research and development, which is a very important, of course, because with the investments on smart specialization priorities, we try to match them with the business expenditure on R&D. It's not only about those common indicators that should be that should be supervised, but maybe strategies, maybe we invest into the strategies, into smart specialization, not just mainly for economical benefits. What impact could be there of research and development or research and innovation on societal dimension? So these talks are still going on about the transformation. What is a transformation of a region? When there are more achievements in knowledge production, knowledge application, higher positions at the value chains, or should be there something else to call an economy and a region transformed? So I think that more impact evaluations will follow at regional level, and at national level. We'll have more studies, more stories to share about the success, about the changes that happened because of smart specialization. And we will try to make hard attributions to smart specialization that it was the case of the transformation of the change. And of course, it will be shared widely. One thing for sure that it was already noticed, that concentration of resources has happened to the selected priorities, meaning that regions and countries, they followed, if the priorities were selected, they followed those priorities with the concentration of the resources, of the attention. And well, in this case, it confirms that priorities were selected and priorities were developed. Talking about concentrating more back to Eastern and Western Balkans as well. But I believe we'll have a presentation about Western Balkans from a colleague from Serbia. All countries of Eastern Partnership countries are making some progress in smart specialization and developing smart specialization strategies. From the Eastern Partnership countries, we do not have yet a strategy that would be adopted as a legally as a legal act, and would be already put forward for the implementation. The most progress currently, I would say, is made by Moldova, in my modest assessment, because they're already in the final steps of the completion of the strategy. The strategy already has been drafted, but of course it's a draft, it might be changed. The country is already progressing with interinstitutional talks about the strategy. It's very important and very interesting step, because now the strategy will be not just within the domain of the one ministry. The strategy will be exposed and will be made available for more ministries to join and collectively implement the priorities. Also, I'm very happy with the collaboration with Georgia. We started in processes last year, or last year was the year of the progress. We started with awareness raising events, and from that point, I think we are progressing very fast. We're already past the quantitative mapping stage. We are really progressing with the qualitative mapping stage, and I think that next year will be a year of EDP, and who knows, maybe even a draft of the strategy could be produced. So very, very fast progress. I'm also happy with our collaboration with Azerbaijan and Armenia. Both countries have expressed interest in smart population strategies, and we are currently in the stage of capacity building, institutional capacity building, where we have to find the most appropriate model of further development of the strategy. The assembly of smart specialization team, which is has a very important role in supervising the whole process of developing the strategies. And I'm really happy, of course, because I started for the collaboration with Ukraine. I'm really happy with the collaboration of Ukraine, because I would say that our engagement, because of the regional dimension, because of all these regions progressing in smart population, our collaboration probably is the most intense one with Ukraine. So I hope that it will stay so for the next year, or it will be even better, and we will progress. Just to conclude, I would also like to mention the Eastern Partnership Summit that is happening this week. It's a very important event because new agreement will be signed with Eastern Partnership countries and European Commission representatives. Also, it's very important for us, for GRC, and for our collaboration, because smart specialization should be, I cannot say it will be, it should be until it's signed, one of the deliverables for Eastern Partnership Agreement, meaning that smart specialization is staying as a promising, as an important deliverable, as an important element of our Eastern Partnership program, Eastern Partnership collaboration with the countries. So thank you very much for having us. Thank you for all the regions, all the peers, and for Nadia and her team for working with us. I wish you a successful conference, successful discussions, and successful continuation of the implementation, not implementation of the development, but very soon implementation of the developed strategies. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Ramoyas. We are very appreciative of such inspirational speech. We truly hope that next year will prove to be the year of draft strategies on smart specializations of the whole Eastern Partnership region. So we, Ukraine, are not here providing one strategy, 25 regional strategies actually, and the first drafts will be available sometime in 2022. And that's why we will hear out our regions today who are very serious about drafting those strategies. Thank you, Ramoyas, once again. Hopefully you will stay until the end, because we'll have some discussion after the keynote speakers. And our next keynote speaker is Viktor Nedovic, the S3 Coordinator Director of Serbia Accelerating Innovation and Entrepreneurship Project. In Serbia, Viktor was the one who started the design of S3. Now he is overseeing it. This strategy on smart specialization was presented in Serbia in 2020. And 1 year after working on the priorities, we would love to hear from you. What is your impression from those strategies? How the life of academia and businesses changed from the implementation of those strategies? Do you have any tangible results that you might be able to share with us? Viktor, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Do you hear me? I suppose you hear, because I had some technical problems. It's a great pleasure for me to again with you. Can I share from my computer the presentation?
No, you cannot share your screen, but we will help you.
Maybe it's not possible. Okay. For this kind invitation. Thank you for inviting me for this already traditional conference. It's a great pleasure to share some of our experience with you and to continue our cooperation that was very successful so far. As we started in some years ago, in 2018, with one joint meeting when the countries has been invited by JRC and had some kind of technical meeting of support, Serbia, Moldova, and Ukraine, and then Montenegro joined as well. I had a presentation last year that was dedicated to some of the aspects of development of strategy itself. And this year we started with implementation. Even last year in 2020, when we finalized the document, it was adopted early that year in February. We started, based on the strategy itself, we started the implementation of the strategy, even in the situation when the action plan still didn't finalize, but we have very well developed the measures and activities inside the strategy as well. Okay, thank you for that slide. This slide is similar to one of the presentation from the last year, just to present the process itself. We talked a lot concerning these previous phases, like the development of the institutional capacity, then quantitative analysis we performed, qualitative one, and very well organized and managed, in our case, EDP process. That was finalized by the policy mix and the creation and the development of this monitoring and evaluation part that are now trying to do the work through the unit we created. Concerning the finalization of the document, we finalized as I already mentioned, the strategy itself in February 2020. The next slide, please. And the action plan actually this year. What we had and how we organized the process. During the qualitative part of after the quantitative one, we organized 178 interviews with different stakeholders that were very much included in those firstly selected priority areas. Then through the EDP process, we organized 17 workshops and we had 550 participations at those workshops. What is still important to mention is that at the different sessions during the EDP process, we had the majority of the participation of the industry, of the private sector, but also we had a very nice distribution through this quadruple helix that was expected with the participation of the academia sector, civil sector, and governmental one. The next one, please. Yes, we had these priority areas, but before that, I would like to mention that the process of the development of smart specialization in Serbia and the implementation as well was guided by the Ministry of Education, Science and Technological Development. with the strong support of Public Policy Secretariat, but with the inclusion of many different stakeholders and the ministries we will see later on at one of the slides. The strategy itself is approved by the government in February 2020, but the action plan was a bit delayed, caused by the pandemic situation all of us faced during the last and this year as well. And the action plan has been developed along the previous year. We finalized the action plan by the end of the last year with very useful support, very strong support of JRC, as it was the case also for the strategy document development. After the public debate, our government approved the action plan in April 2021. The action plan is covering only 2 years, 2021, 2022, and the reason is actually one of the major reasons is to have included all different stakeholders and to check if it's going well and to have the time and the proper reaction concerning the revision of the document during the next year and to start with the next stage in 2023. The general goal of the strategy is related to the directed development of the Republic of Serbia towards the highly competitive economy through research, development, innovations, and entrepreneurial initiatives in the 4S areas, in the smart specialization areas, with specific objectives related to the research and development focused on smart specialization priorities. The second one is economic growth supported through R&D, innovation, and collaboration among the quadruple helix participants. Then education focused on innovation and entrepreneurship. The fourth one, a specific objective, is improved business environment through the optimization and digitalization of procedures in the smart specialization areas. And the fourth one, the last but not least, internationalization of the economy through involvement involvement in regional and global value chains in the areas of the smart specialization. We identified these vertical and horizontal priority domains. I already listed in the previous presentation last year. This is food for future with 3 sub-priorities: high-tech agriculture, value-added food products, and agri-food production. Then information and communication technologies was the second one, with the custom software development and software solution development priorities. In the future machines and manufacturing processes, priorities machines for the specific purpose, information in smart management services connected with the Industry 4.0, and smart components and tools. The fourth one is related to the creative industries, with sub-priorities creative audio-visual production, video games and interactive content, and smart packaging. We also identified some cross-cutting horizontal ones where we have a kind of potential and expertise that is strongly support the vertical ones. In that respect, we identified key enabling technologies and emerging technologies like photonics, advanced materials, advanced manufacturing technologies in electronics, industrial biotechnology, the field in which the government is investing a lot at this very moment, blockchain technologies, autonomous driving, aerospace system, and engineering. Also, something related to the environmental and energy issues is energy efficient and eco-smart solutions with the field of eco-smart energy sources that is also identified. The next slide, please. Okay, in the in the smart in the action plan of the smart specialization strategies, based on the general goal and the specific objectives I already mentioned, we developed and defined 43 policy measures. You see here the different kind of the policy measures that are in place at this very moment. Financial type, incentive ones, 27 out of 43 were. Then we have 8 informative educational ones. We have 3 provisional services measures, and we have also 5 regulative ones. The mix of the institutions, the involvement of the institutions is presented on the right-hand part, half of the slide. We see that the Ministry of Education, Science and Technological Development as the ministry that is guided the processes for sure there. Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Water Management, with which we cooperate a lot. Ministry of Economy, then Innovation Fund, Science Fund, Public Policy Secretariat, I already mentioned before, Center for the Promotion of Science, Ministry of Culture and Information, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. This is the list of the ministries included in the development of the action plan, and ministries that have and institutions that have a kind of responsibility for the implementation of the strategy itself. The next slide, please. What we did concerning the implementation of the strategy itself, as I mentioned, implementation period is only 2 years, 2021-2022, and for this period we succeeded to manage to have 150 million of euros for the implementation of the strategy. Still, we don't have approach to European structure and cohesion funds, and this amount was provided by different stakeholders here in Serbia. We also managed to have very good cooperation with some of the donors, and like USAID, UNDP, Philip Morris International, and they provide something around 2 million euros for the period of the implementation of the strategies. Some of the measures we implemented along this year are related to the innovation vouchers of the Innovation Fund, collaborative grant scheme program also by Innovation Fund, matching grant program by Innovation Fund, and I would like to mention that is not presented here at the slide, that acceleration program that was launched recently by Innovation Fund and closed the first public call, was also the part of the implementation of the strategy itself, and more than 80% of the applications were related to the field of the strategy itself. Then we have, in this scope of the cooperation with the Ministry of Agriculture, investment in physical assets of agriculture holdings through the IPAT program, innovation and digital transformation support program by NALED here in Serbia, analysis of needs and possibilities for the use of public research infrastructure, but by private entities in the area of 4S. We are doing by the support of UNDP, a kind of deep analysis, master program for connecting art and information technologies by the Ministry of Education, Science and Technological Development, promotion of innovation, innovators in Serbia as investment destination by the led by the Cabinet of the Prime Minister, and analysis of administrative procedures from the point of view of relevance for the development of priority areas for S by the Public Policy Secretariat. What I would like still to mention that some of the challenges are related to the establishment of the governance, the structure in that respect for this process. We are still doing that. Then the part that is related to the management of the process, we are trying to, we have actually established one small unit for the management part of the process, for the implementation part of the process, but we are still developing the roles and the procedures concerning the monitoring and evaluation part. But still, we would like, and we are very much in touch, in contact, and communication, coordination with JRC to, on stronger way, embed the SDGs in the next action plan, and together with JRC, we are developing the concept of STI roadmaps for SDGs at this very moment that will be reflected on the proper way in the. This is already reflected in this action plan, but on more proper way in the next action plan we will start to develop beginning next year. The next slide, please. This is just last one. Thank you very much for your patience, and I'm open for your questions during the session. Thank you very much. I don't hear you now.
See that we are somewhere halfway so far. At least if we judge ourselves on the timeline that you showed, some of our regions have launched EDP, and that's the half. It's the milestone on the half of the path, but enough for us to launch the dialogue between science and businesses. Another aspect that I would like to reiterate in what Victor said is that Serbia, when they started designing their smart specialization strategies, and even now didn't have access to the structural funds of the European Union, and that's the case in each region, Oblast of Ukraine. People ask questions, where we would have funds if we don't have access to structural funds? We can see the results over the course of 1 year, quite great results indeed. And now we recognize that we can not only request funds from structural funds, but there are other EU sources of funding available not only to Ukraine, by the way. That's all we need to acknowledge and recognize what are the priorities that we're going to be using those financial resources. What depends on us now is to identify those priorities and determine them, and then at the next stage, which is policy mix, the next stage of S3, we will recognize which particular resources we have available, what for they're going to be implemented in order to meet our priorities. Thank you, Victor, once again. Stay with us, and we're going to enjoy some further discussion. Now I would like to give the floor to David Kalatashvili, S3 Coordinator, Ministry of Regional Development and Infrastructure of Georgia. Georgia, as was mentioned by Ramajus, has been proactively involved in and is striving to accommodate itself to all the described processes. Can we connect David?
Okay, we're still waiting for David. And in the meantime, let us have one of the Ukrainian presentations, because we can't but share some of our achievements for the picture on Eastern Partnership countries to be complete. Ramoyas has already mentioned about Moldova. Moldova is right now at the final stage. A lot is being revisited, revised. But one day, We will hear a very fine presentation of smart specialization delivered by Moldova, just like Serbia did it in 2020. It was a very high-level public discussion dedicated to the strategy of smart specialization. So I ask you to launch the smart specialization outputs for Ukraine so that we can talk in detail about what we have achieved over this year, the year 2020, and what outputs we have. Are we going to have the presentation on the screen? The platform of smart specialization. This platform has already been alluded to by Ramoyes. This is a screen from the platform, and those platforms that are registered on the platform, those regions that are registered on the platform, you know them very well. If you belong to one of the regions that don't know about the existence of smart specialization, you will be able to find it anyway. Right now, we don't have any smart specialization on behalf of Ukrainian regions, but we hope that the year 2022 will add a couple of Ukrainian regions, and some of the Ukrainian regions will become visible on this platform, the platform of smart specialization. So far, we don't have Vinnytsia region reflected here because it has already been registered on this platform, and I hope that in the nearest future, Vinnytsia region will be mapped. Talking about the outputs for the year 2021 in Ukraine, 7 regions. The Joint Research Center experts went to 7 regions. These were Lviv, Ternopil, Donetsk, Rivne, Luhansk, Khmelnytsk, and Kharkiv regions in Ukraine. Talking about the process itself, you are probably very well aware of the roadmap of the entrepreneurial discovery process. We usually begin with active involvement of the authorities. That is to say, there has to be a specific decision taken at the political level that we launch this procedure, the process of entrepreneurial discovery, and then gradually we enter this EDP process, within the framework of which, based on every field, we hold several workshops. Now we are at the stage number 7 and 8. These are EDP workshops that we are holding together in several regions. And we hope that by the summer 2022, at least 5 regions that you're going to hear from today will have their strategies of smart specialization drafted. Of course, they will be revised, added, supplemented. But anyway, as you have heard today, and Victor has mentioned that, and Ramoyes has mentioned that, the EDP process, once it begins, it shouldn't stop. Even at the stage of approving smart specialization strategies, new tools, new information, new data, new stakeholders are added and supplemented, and that's something that is continuous work to be done at the regional level. If we talk about roadmaps, we have a number of regions that have already exhibited this political will, and they have already adopted these roadmaps and approved the composition of smart specialization teams on behalf of their regional administrations. These are Transcarpathia, Ternopil, Donetsk, Vinnytsia, Kiev, Khmelnytsk, Lviv, and Luhansk regions. If I have failed to mention someone during this discussion, please make sure that you remember to say about that. Talking about regions, let me very briefly share with you. We had EDP rounds twice held in Lviv, Donetsk, Luhansk, and Kiev regions. In Lviv regions, it was bioeconomics and creative industry. In Donetsk, it was mechanical engineering and ceramics production. Creative industry, but ceramics in particular. Lugansk is chemical industry, Kiev is functional food, and Khmelnytsk is light industry. Priorities. Besides, in these regions, many entities began to work in other fields, and we will be maintaining and supporting this process during the following year, next year. We also have very fine plans for the year 2022. Just as Ramoya said, JRC experts will be consulting 7 regions in Ukraine in order to continue the EDP process. In some regions, this is just the inception stage in Lviv, Ternopil, Odessa, Vinnytsia, Ivano-Frankivsk regions. These are the regions that will be supported by JRC experts. Talking about the regions which are not reflected here, it doesn't mean that the EDP process hasn't started yet, or these regions are unwilling to do or reluctant to do something. Yes, of course, things are ongoing. And definitely we are very supportive of this process. And on behalf of the Ukrainian Institute for International Policies and Politics, we are ready to cooperate with you. And when we initiated this process, we sent letters for cooperation to all of the regions in Ukraine. And those who responded are already on this list and on the list of the outputs, and generally have very positive results to share. So let me repeat it again. The first thing that we start with is the political will at the level of the state regional administrations, together with the agencies of regional development, to initiate this process and to begin our work in this area. Let me also remind some of the myths to do with smart specialization. Perhaps you remember our first conference back in 2019. After holding the awareness campaign across the full board of Ukraine, we collected a very nice collection of myths. And most interestingly, they are still relevant. And if we read them today, I'm more than sure that you will recognize some of the people in your working groups that mention this on a constant basis in your discussions in your working groups. Smart specialization may be operational only in industry, and heavy industry in particular, just to stress your attention on that. Not only, but you have seen that through the example of Serbia. You've seen that through Georgia. You will be able to see that through Georgia. And Ramoyas has said that priorities may really vary, and availability of technology is decisive here, but not industry that must be so powerful and potent, and only that can deliver something interesting. Amalgamated communities, villages, and towns can also develop their own strategies for smart specializations. I believe that you will also mention that, because quite often representatives of towns or communities come to such meetings and they say, well, we know how to develop such strategies. We have been through that. Let me remind you that the main point and input of smart specialization is the availability of scientific and business potentials. If one day we have amalgamated communities, villages, or towns that have sufficient amount of scientific and business potential to develop their own smart specialization strategy, it'll be really awesome. But as of now, we are doing that even only at the level of regions, which have multiple towns, cities, laboratories, a lot of research and development centers that can really support this process. Smart specialization and smart city, smart cars, smart coffee, is it the same? Quite often you can hear people say, oh, I know what smart specialization is. Smart city, cycling lanes, and all of the stuff to do with that. It's not quite the same. This is the concentration of priorities, concentration of your financial, scientific resources on some specific branches in order to understand what we should do next in order to process that. Smart specialization will help to reanimate the former Soviet fields of industry which are not operational now. You may have heard it many times. We have a plant, we have a production facility. It has been standing still for 30 years. Let's relaunch it again. Smart specialization is not about that. Smart specialization is about the strengths of your respective regions and about enhancing these strengths in order to maintain the unique features and competitive features of your regions. Smart specialization is a medicine, is a cure for all diseases. Unless we have as soon as we have smart specialization, we'll immediately have partners, resources, investments, and our businesses will immediately get off the ground. Well, it's not quite that. It's a lot of cooperation between both business and science. But it still doesn't mean that if we have a smart specialization strategy, everything will work automatically like clockwork. It's a lot of heavy and difficult labor. Smart specialization priorities for Ukrainian regions are selected by the EU. It's a myth again. It's something that we select ourselves by the stakeholders, and we will see that in session 3, closer to the closure of our conference, about 2:30, that the regions that will be presenting the priorities, they selected those priorities based very much on their unique strengths and advantages and on the qualitative and quantitative analysis of these statistical inputs. Priorities of smart specialization of the regions will be the only and sole priorities of the economic development in the respective regions. That's again something that we keep hearing again and again. So should we omit social area? Like road construction? No, we don't do that. Smart specialization is something which is separate. It's based on industry. But specializations of social work exist separately. Our region is not ready to embrace the smart specialization approach. It's more for EU, better developed countries. Again, we get to hear it all the time. And that's the first thing we hear once we begin to work in regions. We are not ready yet, we're not capable, we will not pull it off. But in fact, all of the regions that work right now with the DP prove that they have a very fine potential. They have very fine scientists and academics, fine representatives of businesses looking for new markets and understanding of how to keep working on. Therefore, there are some regions that have already proved it wrong. So back in 2019, when we were first presenting it, we were talking on our behalf. Now you, the regions in Ukraine, have your feedback to say that it's not true. The authorities identify smart specializations in the regions themselves. The authorities initiate this process, then they get together all of the stakeholders who identify smart specialization. So the authorities only help organize in terms of organizations, institutions, to establish this process. Our smart specialization will be to build an airport because we don't have one. This may not be only an airport. This may be roads, hotel building, something that you don't have yet. Once again, this is very tightly connected with our Soviet legacy. But in essence, it's something that we don't have. Now we want to have it. That's why we will launch into smart specialization. But S3 is not about that, quite the opposite. We will select a field for smart specialization without taking into account statistical data analysis, and another very widespread notion, because statistics don't bear witness about anything. We will do it ourselves. Autonomously, we know it much better. Sometimes you can get to hear it at the level of the regional administration. People tell you, we will sit down and write it. Again, it's wrong, because smart specialization is about establishing a dialogue between business and science communities in your regions. We also added some myths, because we are not stopping. These myths keep sprawling and new ones keep adding. Business and science are not ready for a dialogue. Authorities cannot launch such a dialogue. And I believe that those of you who are here in this audience with us can provide your comments on that. Yes, sometimes it's really demanding, but in actuality, business and science, you have probably seen that at different events, representatives of businesses raise their hands and say, it's interesting for me. And then representatives of science, they say, I have it already available. And it launches a very interesting circle. And this is cool, because that's what smart specialization is all about. Why should we launch into SMART if we don't have an access to structural funds of the EU? That's something that Mr. Victor has already alluded to, and I'm not going to repeat that. EU countries began to develop SMART because the EU provided funding for that. And once again, Ramoyes can confirm, and Victor can confirm again, that nobody immediately allocated funds, including at the national level, for smart specialization, even when we talk about different levels, instruments that we have at our national level. In the first place, you have to have the strategy that will become foundational in order to create the fund, at the national or regional level, if you have one, and that's something that you will be able to share with us today. One more myth that I have just remembered that crossed my mind. Why do we need another paper document if we cannot deliver on that? We have so many different strategies which are already there in the drawers and everything is so nice, they get dusted. But SMART is not about that. It's a living, a breathing document. It keeps changing and you are the ones that keep modeling this document, businesses and scientific communities. The authorities are only helping you to maintain this process going. I think that we have David already online with us. I beg your pardon, David, I've taken some of your time because we were waiting for you.
No problem.
And without much ado, I have just spoken about Ukrainian achievements. But please, the floor is yours. Talk about your Georgian achievements and your plans for the year 22.
Thank you very much. Hope you hear me all. It's my pleasure to be presented at this conference second time. I had a pleasure to be presented in last year, and I presented some developments which is going on in Georgia, and I hope that we, as Ramoyos already underlined, have some progress in this regard, and I try to little bit update you about what is going on in Georgia. Secondly, I would like to wish you success of the conference, successful organization of the conference, and hope that we will have an opportunity to meet each other face to face next year. And I wish you to organize this event not only online. So, well, I will try to little bit update you what is going on right now in our country. As for Ukraine, you got selected 7 regions, but in case of Georgia, we selected only 1 region, which we call the pilot region, and there was a reason for that, because we have European Union support for 4 pilot regions in Georgia, and it's a really nice program, and that is why we selected one of those already pre-selected regions, which among them is in Imereti. So last year we already started some works in this regard, because in 2019 we started, let's say, to prepare our legal basis for the future cooperation with the European Union and the JRC in this regard, and we settled all technical aspects and technical issues. I'm not going to go into details in this regard, how we proceeded. Is pretty the same for everyone. Then we created the national team of Georgia, and when Imereti as the pilot region was selected, we also created the regional team of Imereti, and so these 2 teams are closely cooperating to each other. Afterwards, when with the support of the JRC, we had quite a comprehensive mapping document of the Imereti region. We pre-selected 5+3, let's say, future priority domains who might be envisaged under the actual strategy of the Imereti S3. So if you will be interested, I can go in a little bit more details what type of strategies, what type of domains are there, because you already underlined that S3 strategy might involve different types of directions and the domains. So very briefly, I will tell you that these are for Georgia right now, which might become the part of the Imereti region smart specialization strategy. This is mining, manufacturing of wood products, production of meat, tourism, of course, which is quite an important economic direction of Georgia. Wholesales of agricultural production, manufacture of clothes, and a manufacture of machinery and electronic equipment. These are preliminary and pre-selected, let's say, domains for the future strategy of Imereti. Then, with the support of JRC and JRC experts and the support of Pramoyas, we organized a couple of targeted workshops in order to, first of all, to disseminate the information, what is all about, what is this the smart specialization is all about. We have involved our Georgia national team and the Emirati team members as well, and we had an opportunity to meet our Armenian and Moldovan colleagues as well during that meetings. Initially, last year I underlined once that initially when we started this process of implementing platform of this smart specialization, we initially thought it would be kind of the same as preparation of other type of strategies, which we have quite a big experience in this direction. But no, it was quite different and quite more comprehensive and deep, with the deep analysis and with more involvement from different type of stakeholders. And we hope that we are right on a right track in this direction. Then, when these domains were pre-selected, so we've gone through the qualitative analysis, and just right now, which is now ongoing in parallel to our session, let's say, we are in the process of qualitative analysis. In this regard, with the support of the GSC, of course, and their guidance and expertise, we had organized already 60 60 meetings with the involved stakeholders, which are the business operators of those 8 preliminary priority domains, and the academia, including the local, let's say, governments and the municipal governments. So in a couple of days, we're gonna have already some, let's say, a wrap-up session in order to discuss the outcomes of those interviews with the stakeholders, and then probably next year we will already decide how to proceed within the EDP process, which these interviews will be the base for that. So we hope that next year, probably the first quarter of the 2022, we will have an opportunity to already start the EDP process. And as we start, as the EDP process should have been done a little bit earlier, and unfortunately our COVID pandemic have changed our plans, and we tried to go through the, let's say, guiding documents of the S3, which could be done online regime. But I hope that next year already we will have an opportunity to have our European Union experts on field in Georgia in order to, in a proper manner, let's say, go on with the EDP process. So still, as Ramoyos underlines, we hope, we think that this is not too much, let's say, we are not too quick in the process, which we wish to have, but still, maybe from a different side, it seems that we are quite advanced in this direction, taking into consideration the COVID situation and quite a lot of, let's say, time constraints in this regard. So we hope that somewhat, maybe second or third quarter of next year, we will already start let's say, developing the smart specialization strategy. Of course, the process of starting the developing of the actual strategy will be, let's say, headed with some important meetings and workshops with the involved the stakeholders in this process. For that reason, we still hope for the JRC support in this direction, and at the same time, we are right now working to, let's say, connect the smart specialization and the PIRDP, which I already mentioned when we selected these 4 pilot regions to connect these 2 processes, because this is very, let's say, interesting program for Georgia, worth of 54 million euros, which is financed by the European Union, what we call the budget support, but it is done and it is created in accordance to, let's say, European Union way of planning of the programs, and we will try to connect those 2 processes together in order to more, let's say, better impact on the regional policy overall. At the same time, I would like to thank our European colleagues that they provided some research which mainly concerns the future implementation process of the, let's say, financial part of the implementation of the uh, S3 strategy. We had meetings with the stakeholders, the main stakeholders who might be the donors of the process. And of course, we know that European Union is not straightly financing all these processes, but we hope that some type of involvement from the European Union, who is the biggest donor in Georgia, will have his role in this process. So in accordance to these 2 big documents of the mapping and this research regarding the financial instruments, potential financial instruments for implementation, we hope that we, in cooperation with the Georgian national team and all stakeholders, including, of course, JRC, will start, let's say, drafting the immunity strategy next year. We hope that 3rd quarter of the year will be enough for us just to start the implementation, and we hope that in 2023 will be the year when we start actual implementation of the process. So this was very briefly about Georgia, what is going on right now. Let me once again thank you for this nice opportunity to present little developments of Georgia. And we hope that when we will start actual drafting of the process, we all are already thinking of, let's say, already starting the processes regarding other regions, or it might be the country-wide, let's say, strategy. The beginning processes, let's say, first steps to begin the drafting, begin the processes for the whole country or other regions strategies. So that is why we selected only 1 region, and we would like to, and we hope that this would be quite a success story for other regions in order to make them be more interested and more involved. Um, one thing what I would like to underline, that you talked about the myths, and it seems that you are quite progressing in this direction, that there are already some myths about that, and we hope that there will be some myths in Georgia about the smart specialization as well. Right now we don't have them because not everyone knows what it's all about, and only Mereti is involved in the process, and this is very good experience for us as well to hear what is going on beyond the, let's say, actual works which are related to drafting and implementing the platform of this. So thank you very much again for the opportunity to present our ideas and thoughts regarding the S3, and I hope that we can meet next year tete-a-tete and not online. Thanks again.
Дякую, Давіду.
If
І
you
ми
have some
насправді
question,
Thank you,
feel free.
David. Yeah, and it's true. We, first of all, I wish you that next year will be
I can't hear.
able to share your myths with us. We can compare and see some of the commonalities. Secondly, I wish you successful launch of EDP process. It's always unexpected, but it's worth it because the results, the deliverables would be then used in the follow-up work. Now, I would like to give the floor for those of us who would like to react to the presentations we just heard from from the GDP's representative, Romus, and if we have questions to people on Zoom, we will answer it. Ms. Tatiana, Kirovogradska region, the floor is yours. Thank you. I would like to thank the organizers for this invitation. The topic is quite relevant indeed, and what we observe ourselves is this. When the process has been concluded in our region on identifying the priority areas for smart specialization, and sadly enough, that was putting the project on pause, unfortunately, and now we wait where to move forward. So now the Oblast strategy has those priorities stated, but the ultimate it's not the end of this whole process. We should not stop on this stage, like you mentioned. So academia, business, and authorities should keep working together. What I enjoyed today, from what I heard already, is that the European Union is not handing out money. Just that. We cannot expect that they will be the only one who will enable the implementation of smart specialization at any oblast, because the sources are diverse and numerous, and we need to work on this. We should have started it way before, but today and tomorrow, that's our definite objective. So what we expect from the Ministry of Economy, some guidelines and methodologies on how to properly implement the strategy, but that's time wasted, unfortunately, and we will have to relaunch the education and the broadening of awareness. Thank you, Ms. Tatiana, for this intervention. Anyone else with your motions, remarks, responses to the questions asked? Ms. Sokolova from the Kiev Center. Hello, I have a question to our Georgian colleague. He said that they have prepared the relevant legislation, but what exactly do you cover by this word legislation? Laws, regulations, bylaws, acts, which government institutions approve those acts or regulations? Can you share some details on this, David?
I didn't mention any legislation because there is nothing still there in this regard.
Ми
We have
можемо почути
maybe the
Давіда?
management, let's say, tools for that, but not the legislation.
Ага, Давід говорив
Hello, can you hear me?
інструменти, а не законодавство.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you start again? David,
Hello?
can you tell
Yes?
us what tools exactly are there? So the question was about those tools that you mentioned, probably. So we recognize it's not legislation, fine, but you
Yes.
said it was a tool set. So our participants are interested what sort of tools you were referring to, please.
Yeah, tools mainly at the moment is our national team, let's say, which is created involving all relevant stakeholders in the process, and at the same time the Imereti region, let's say, representatives, which involves international organizations as well, governmental institutions on local and governmental level. So at the same time, we, as for the tool, the most proper, let's say, could be the Governmental Commission on Regional Development, which consists of all, let's say, involved ministries, and for actual, let's say, making the decision making, let's say, authority will be this commission. So in that regard, Georgia Ministry of Regional Development is leading the process right now, because the strategy is related to one of the regions, and our ministry is called the Ministry of Regional Development and the Infrastructure, both together. And maybe if we go with the national level of implementing the strategy, it could go to the Ministry of Economy probably in order to, let's say, coordinate the processes covering the whole country. But right now, Ministry of Regional Development is in charge, and we have this commission which manages probably the all programs and projects which are implemented through the Ministry of Regional Development, and there are quite some. And this is the main tool right now, which is the decision-making, let's say, authority in regards to all the regional policy programs and projects and the strategies in the country. What relate and of course it is regulated via some legislative acts, not the law, but which is in accordance to the law, but this is mainly in the legislative acts. And we can consider that this Regional Development Commission, Georgian Regional Development Commission, is, let's say, main coordinating body of this process. I hope that I've answered this question.
Відповіли на питання?
Was it the answer to your question? Yes, thank you. Thanks a lot, David. Thank you for this. Any further questions, please? Yes. First you, then you. Ludmila, right? No? I'm Natalia Shvets from Lugansk region. I have a question to Victor. And it's the question about how do you organize in Serbia the oversight function, this management body that oversees the S3 implementation. And my second part of the question is whether Serbia is using the opportunities and capabilities of interregional development to implement your smart specialization strategy. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your questions. The first one is related to the oversee of the process of the implementation. At the moment, we created the unit inside the project I'm managing at the moment. That means then inside the SAGE project, that is the implementation of the related to the implementation of the certain amount of money in the transformation of the science in Serbia, plus the support to our science fund, new programs of science fund, plus the support to the new program of acceleration of the innovation fund. Inside the project implementation unit, we created the unit for monitoring and evaluation for the smart specialization strategy, as the smart specialization strategy implementation is the part of the project as well. That means it is a kind of support to the ministry in that respect, and we hope that the ministry of the government in the later stage will actually take the professionals from that unit and create the unit and continue to work inside the one of the structures inside the government. It is our approach just to be proactive, to do not have a kind of break in between the development of the strategy, the adoption of the strategy, and the implementation of the strategy itself. And all the people that are working inside the unit are connected and engaged by the ministry, actually. Ministry of Education, Science, and Technological Development in this case. This is the way we are trying to develop the structure. At the moment, we are still working on the governance of the process. We prepared some of the documents to create the governmental governance body, actually, plus the document that will explain how the managing of the process is organized and structured. It is a situation at this very moment. Concerning the second question that is related to the transnational, transregional cooperation, I wanted to mention in my presentation, but thank you for this question now. What we are doing is, again, in the cooperation with the JRC, is the process of the creation of the regional value chain on the level of the Western Balkans. And also, we recently opened at the last steering group meeting of the priority area 7 of the Danube strategy, European Danube strategy, or European strategy for the Danube region. We discussed the same topic inside the Danube region as well. That means at the moment, together with JRC, we are trying to identify what we have in common on the level of the region of the Western Balkan. And we opened that topic also on the level of the, to be discussed further on the level of the Danube region. We would like, by that activity, by identifying the common priorities, to have a kind of joint approach to some of the European funds as a region, and to have the implementation of the common priorities together. In the period that is ahead of us. If you have something else, I'm free to answer. But I think I actually tried to answer the questions as I understood them.
Дякуємо, Вікторе, за у нас.
Thank you, Victor, for that response. We appreciate it. I can see there are people willing to ask more questions. Yeah, I have a question from the practical standpoint, and the question is to all of us speakers. Is there any European Union platform on smart specialization, right? And we have some incentives for governors' offices, for oblast administrations to register at that platform. So in your respective countries, how do you cooperate in order to create clusters on narrow subject matter areas? How your countries use this resource, the platform of the European Union, for that purpose? Thank you. Colleagues who would like to take the floor first, Victor, David? Because if I'm not mistaken, Georgia has not been registered at the platform. If not, when do you plan to do so? And how do you plan to use those resources of that platform? Probably Ramois can comment on this.
Probably.
Any volunteers, please? Victor? Yeah, go ahead.
Як ви використовуєте платформу Smart Specialization?
How do you use the platform of Smart Specialization?
Actually, thank you. We, as I mentioned, we have this very frequent communication coordination with the colleagues from JRC. It is also related to the platform of the regions and the countries. We exchange at the beginning some important data, some important documents. We use the platform for our own purpose to see how the process is developed in some other regions, in some other countries. It is one way, but you ask very specifically concerning the clusters. We, at the moment, do not have something in particular developed based on the learning of that kind in the case of the clusters. We have some of the clusters, in particular ICT one, very much involved in the process right from the beginning, but it's not connected with this communication with and the using of the platform itself. However, how we manage this involvement of the companies, business sector, then academia one, then civil society, and the governmental one. We actually created a kind of vertical and horizontal connection in between the sides, and all partners in this process express the interest to be there. As I mentioned in my presentation, we are very satisfied with the responses of the industry, in particular small and medium enterprises with the high innovation capacity that are developing very fast, very well in this process, and they are a kind of very much motivated to be there. I think they find the interest as well to horizontally be connected with the other stakeholders included. Some of them, they didn't have possibility to meet before at any occasion, and we use this kind of the work inside these vertical priority areas to develop further networking among the institutions, stakeholders that are included.
Дякую, дякую, Вік.
Thanks a lot, Victor. And the same question I would like to ask to Ramojas, because he has a bilateral experience. First, the experience of working in the smart specialization team in Lithuania, and secondly, working together, working in the GRC as an expert. So, Ramojas, hopefully you did accumulate loads of experience how other countries, or at least Lithuania, has used this platform, and what results can we expect from using this platform, because your stakeholders managed to get something out of the platform.
Yes, thank you for the question, and thank you for the interest in the platform itself. I guess that first I'll try to answer or just collaborate to possible answers from the European Commission side. That the platform has been acting as a hub of knowledge and as a place where everything what is concentrated with the actions of Joint Research Center towards smart specialization is concentrated. Then it grew to the already a certain amount of knowledge hub, because all the research, all the studies, all the mapping is also put there. Together with the news, together with some additional materials which might be relevant to developing smart specialization strategies. So itself, it became as a central web page with some additional functionality tools towards anything related to smart specialization. There you can also find some interactive tools. Not just platform provides not just the possibility to get registered, to leave your contacts, to leave some information about your region. It also provides a possibility to analyze particular regional dimensions or particular topical dimensions for any kind of interest that would be. So now I can share some experience from Lithuania, that when Lithuania developed Lithuanian smart specialization priorities, of course, Lithuanian authorities, meaning that the ones responsible for coordination of smart specialization and ones responsible for the implementation from academia and business, they wanted to find similar regions with similar priorities. They wanted to know the names of priorities, how they were formulated. After that, they wanted to find the contacts of the stakeholders of other regions' priorities, to engage with them in some kind of collaboration. And as far as I know, there were some successful collaborations. Lithuanian stakeholders, they found partners in other regions for that. Then I think that smart specialization provides a valuable resource for any kind of analytical ideas or research ideas that there might be connected with smart specialization strategy. It's pure statistics are there about the amount of regions, amount of national regional strategies. It's also not just topics, but I think some financing information, which is also interesting. Then you can go to some interactive tools that you can filter out information that it's interesting or
yes,
necessary for you. So I guess that yes, please, David, I can hear you. Yes. I know that was just so I think that in many ways of using the smart specialization platform as such is a useful resource and useful connecting mechanism. Very shortly, we will place some additional interactive tools to smart specialization platform because we are. I'll use this opportunity to make some advertising. We are finalizing the Eastern Partnership report, which covers smart specialization collaboration potential. It covers the possible smart specialization domains from the quantitative point of analysis view without the qualitative, so it's not final, it's not finalized, but still it will be a very interesting resource. The report that we will publish next year comes with two interactive tools. One interactive tool, you can see the coverage within the Eastern Partnership countries at national level, not at a regional level, of the potential priority domains that we've been able to calculate. But this is the strategy that you just not calculate. You base your decisions on the numbers, but not just the numbers. Another tool will be a resource showing a network among the particular country, but as well in the whole Eastern Partnership and eventually all European unions, the member state institutions. So if you will be interested what institution works in what topic with what partners from Eastern Partnership and European regions, you will be able to filter out that tool. So that's just part of the Smart Specialization platform that it can be used. Thank you, and sorry, maybe a long answer.
No, thank you, Romuis, to you, first of all. And we have some questions that were shared with us in Facebook. And that's the question to our Georgian colleague, David, if you're still with us. So know that it's addressed to you. When do you plan to involve in specialization process additional regions, additional to this pilot region? Do you have some plans already? Probably you already have the names of those regions that you can voice out today for us. Thank you.
Hey, can you hear me?
Tak.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much for this question. Yeah, as I've already talked about during my, let's say, intervention, so we are thinking that we will already start thinking about involving additional regions in next year. I'm not really sure those regions will be the same which are covered by the regional pilot integrated regional development program, which is right now going on. Probably we might select other regions as well. And if the process shows us that the whole, let's say, process of implementing this platform in the Imereti region was successful, and the involvement was quite high, and the interest was quite high from the, let's say, main stakeholders, which are academia and the businesses. So probably we will proceed with the countrywide strategy as well. As for the previous question, unfortunately, we do not have any registration done on the Smart Specialization platform, but hopefully, taking into account that during these interviews with our stakeholders, they showed quite high interest of the process. Probably it would be necessary for us to already join this platform, and not only for joining and sharing our contents in regards to receiving the newest and updated information regarding the processes which are going on in the European countries and the partner countries which already have started and are advanced in implementing this S3 platform. So this is my short answer to this regard. Unfortunately, I can't name any regions which might be the part of Smart Specialization in the future. We're gonna start thinking about that next year.
У нас тоді є ще, чи в залі є ще запитання?
Are there any more questions in our room? I have one more question to ask, which was sent from the Transcarpathia region in the west of Ukraine, and I think it is to Ramoyas. But I would slightly rephrase this question, because the question is how the Transcarpathia can join this pool of regions where GRC experts can come and support. But I think that maybe Ramoyas can tell about how any region can become a region that can be supported by GRC experts, please.
Yes, thank you for the question. Probably there is no single official mechanism or way to start the collaboration with GRC. We organized awareness raising events previously, and during those events, we engaged directly with the regions. And from that point, we started our communication, which ended up in collaboration with some regions. Because I think that to start development of smart specialization, a particular capacity and right timing is necessary for the region. Because there should be, as already we talked about it today, and it was mentioned by other speakers from their presentations and their situations, there should be a team that would be willing to proceed with smart specialization. There should be a certain capacity, administrational capacity, and of course, there should be a clear mandate from the regional authorities for that team to proceed with smart specialization. Then, given the right preconditions, I think that region can dedicate certain resources for the development of the strategies. And at that moment, GRC could also contribute and could also support this process. But in any case, not Joint Research Center or experts of Joint Research Center are developing the strategy. It's a really regional strategy, and all the regions developing the strategy, they should be complete owners of the procedure and of the result afterwards. It should be really integrated into any kind of policy development process of the region. So this is important for us, and we really try to encourage regions to stay in the full control and full ownership of the strategies. And given those right conditions, then we can start our engagement as well to support with the knowledge, with some maybe additional information resources, and with expert support as well. So the current 7 regions that will be progressing with our expert support during the next year, I think it's a long way journey. That some of the regions, they are already progressing for a couple of years in our batch of the regions. We took some new regions, which seems for our Ukrainian counterparts, and seems for us that it's the right timing for them to engage into the development of the strategies. So I would encourage any of the region to approach us or approach your national level government, the ministries in charge of smart specialization, and express your interest to develop the strategy. And afterwards, we can have talk, we can have some discussions, and then potentially, why not, we could try to add those newcomers, new regions to the pool of current progressing regions, because I really hope that some of the regions that we are working right now with, they will finish the smart specialization strategies and will start the new phase of the implementation, which will be a new page for our support as well. Thank you.
Дякую, колеги. У нас закінчився.
Thank you very much, colleagues, because time of our platform has just run over. Moyes, Victor, David, we have been really happy to see you, even though it was online, and we are thoroughly hoping that next year, during our presentations of ready-made strategies, we will be all here in Kiev in the same room, and we will talk more rigorously in greater detail about specific points concerning partnerships between the representatives of our industries, because we see a lot of similarities with Serbia. Thank you very much indeed again. Now we're taking a break, and we will be back here at 12:20 to start the next session, where we will share about financial instruments promoted by the Ministry of Science and Education, the team of reform support, and the European training teams. So please get connected at 12:20. Have a good break.
Thank you.
Шановне товариство,
Dear friends, we are happy to see you at our second dialogue platform now. And our second dialogue of discussions will be dedicated to how to support and maintain the process of implementing S3 specialization strategy, its elaboration and implementation. So we are going to discuss several questions. Of course, we are supposed to discuss institutions that may support the process of smart specialization elaboration at national, regional levels. Also, how coordination may take place, including these institutions, both horizontally, that is to say, the national, regional levels, and vertical levels. Between national and regional and local levels mustn't be forgotten either, because the process of implementing the strategy will have to be implemented at the local level in communities. And another important component of smart specialization is industrial parks and clusters, something that has been mentioned today, how that should be maintained and supported. And of course, we are all interested in finance. Therefore, the question of how this will be taking place in the European Union throughout 22 through 27, the process of funding smart specialization programs, and what in Ukraine at the national level can also facilitate the process of S3. Therefore, today, during this panel discussion, we will have representatives from the Ministry of Education with us. We hope that we will hear from them. Also, Ministry of Economic Development will have their representatives as a colleague sitting next to me. And unfortunately, the Ministry of Communities and Territorial Development representative who was supposed to be with us here cannot be physically present with us due to some unavoidable circumstances. And we are going to have a representative from the Joint Research Center, from the Training Center, online with us. I would like also to introduce myself, because everybody knows Nadia Afanasieva. I'm Galina Vasilchenko, expert on strategic planning, economic resilience for Eastern Europe, USAID. Why am I here together with the Ukrainian Institute for International Politics? Because both my team and I, the team of transformation, very much believe in the process of smart specialization. We are great proponents. What does it mean to believe in this? Quite often I'm asked this question, or people say, I don't believe in smart specialization. Or they may ask me whether I believe in smart specialization process. And I frequently say in response, you may believe, you may not. However, the process is ongoing. And today the world is at the stage of serious drastic changes. Just like in that cartoon, Alice in Wonderland. Somebody who wants to be ahead has to run ahead of everyone. However, if you run with everyone, you will be at the same level. And if you don't run at all, you will be lagging behind. So the question is, who's going to start doing it first, will achieve first some certain changes for the better. Because Xenophon said about economics in his days, it's a science of limited resources, of how to apply them and meet unlimited needs and wants of people. So here we're talking about a slightly different level, when at the level of regions, we have to seek and identify where and how we should concentrate resources, because it's impossible to develop everything at the same time and direct resources everywhere evenly. Therefore, the strategy of smart specialization is meant for concentrating resources on the fields and domains of development that will result in the greatest added value and are most innovative. Okay, I suppose that we should target our agenda. The representative of the Ministry of Science and Education is Igor Taranov. He is acting general director, head or chief of the expert team on innovation development. He is with us online. I see that he is with us. So have you got a presentation to show? Good afternoon. No, I am not going to demonstrate a presentation. I would like to apologize. I wasn't with you in the morning because right now I'm in another meeting. And today startups are demonstrating their deliverables. Therefore, I'm going to be online with you. Thank you again for inviting me to this conference. In fact, for us to speak about smart specialization, if we believe or don't believe in it, we must all fully understand that deep down in our hearts, we believe that this is happening. And once we begin to talk about the support, this process on behalf of the ministry, the foundational principles of S3, I would like to remind all of the participants that back in 2019, the strategy of innovative activities development through 2030 was approved in Ukraine, and smart specialization was included in it. Moreover, last week, the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine approved the plan of measures to implement the strategy, which had also been developed taking into account smart specialization, and also to trying to understand how important this is for Ukraine. We also invited Ms. Nadia Afanasyeva to be a member of the working group to develop a new draft law for the support and development of innovative activities in Ukraine, where again all of the possible elements were taken on board for smart specialization to be reflected in the legal framework and in the documents of state policies developed by our ministry together with other key stakeholders and other executive authorities of Ukraine. If we get back to what the ministry is doing in order to support and maintain innovative development in Ukraine, naturally, an important element of this support and maintenance is communicative elements, different kinds of campaigns, because our ministry has initiated every quarter science and innovation camp. And after that, we suggest that we have demo days. That is to say, we want to see what startups have already achieved. And clearly, if we want to pay a lot of attention to smart specialization, we definitely invite them to come from regions for them to demonstrate their developments and gains that will be impactful on the further development of smart specialization in their respective regions. So an important element of governmental support is this communicative campaigns in order to communicate to the general public what is going on and what can be improved further. And a lot of professionals say that a specific specialization within a region cannot belong to a smart specialization. No, we need to proceed the following way. We still have to elaborate a particular domain within a region and apply the available resources to develop that. And that's what our ministry is doing, because we have some academia, research and development centers that could facilitate the regions in their research to identify the proper smart specialization. Now let us revert to supporting innovative activities in Ukraine. In Ukraine and at our ministry, there isn't a special budgeting program that would refer specifically to supporting innovative activities. Why? Because now in Ukraine we have 4 ministries that have certain mandates with regard to innovative activities. It's the Ministry of Economy dealing with innovations, the Ministry of Digital Transformation, these are digital transformations concerned, the Ministry of Strategic Fields of Economy, where we see that attention is paid to strategic fields of our industry. And in this respect, this ministry also has its own authority. Our ministry exercises its mandate with regard to scientific and innovative sector with regard to transportation. And this is where we collaborate with academia in order for them to develop and be able to market their products. We train them how to do that. Now talking about the toolkit of support, another important element of identifying resources in order to help and maintain innovation in Ukraine. We have a new digital tool created by the Ministry of Education and Science of Ukraine. It's a platform called Science and Business. It's the platform which enables all developers at universities, scientists, physical entities to utilize their information about their developments and at the same time to be acquainted with the requests on behalf of business, because business can also post their announcements in order for them to find investors, because with the help of modern technologies, without leaving home, you can still find out whether your development can find support on behalf of business and whether your development is interesting for business structures or maybe something else needs to be done. In this respect, we pursue communications, we offer digital services, and in our cooperation with stakeholders, business and external environment, various executive authorities, we shape different governmental documents which aim at supporting innovation in Ukraine. Everybody in Ukraine knows about the fact that the law on innovation in Ukraine requires a lot of amending. And along with that, the Ministry of Education and Science in Ukraine, in collaboration with other authorities, has developed a draft law of the new law to support and develop innovative activities in Ukraine. And now it is being approved at different respective ministries. And of course, this document will be finalized and eventually it will be submitted for the governmental consideration. So now we have the old version of the law on innovation in effect, but we have already developed a new draft law which takes into account all of the modern trends. Last year, we also spoke about the fact that the government has created draft law on innovation parks. But in September this year, this law was adopted, and we congratulate all of the academia, business, and academic communities on the adoption of this document, the activities on industrial parks. And now, because of this law, we are introducing a norm which enables scientific parks without any restrictions. So academia can participate in the activities of such industrial parks. If previously there were restrictions imposed and no scientific parks couldn't be created, now this restriction is lifted and every university can create as many scientific parks as they want as economic entities, so that employees and entities working within such parks can market their developments. Is one of the key points that lifts these restrictions and thus is aimed at activating business and scientific activities, legal support. And now let us revert to some other important things. The financial support for the innovation development in Ukraine and its development. It's long due to provide capacities to innovators and support them financially, because in our country, insufficient attention is given to this point. What I mean by that is that new innovators and developers at inception stages, when they lack funding, come into a business entity as a scientist and say, well, I have a fantastic development, just support me and back me up with your money. It's not very correct to do so, because businessmen always want to see what is being proposed. So considering that the ministry suggests providing financial support as a part of a competition or in a form of grant. As you know, we have a national fund of research in Ukraine, where on the basis of competition, different grants are issued to support different projects. And over the last 2 years, it's been developing rather successfully. Different scientific and research developments are being supported. This is applied research. Additionally, in Ukraine, we have also a special money lending organization, but this entity is being in subordination of the strategic fields of industry. It's also one of the tools utilized to cover the expenses for young developers and innovators. Once again, it's an opportunity for them to be financed in order to cover certain expenditure. At the ministry, there was a call on the 9th of November to support projects of scientific and research activities, to distribute reimbursements for the project Horizon 2020 to the amount of 113 million hryvnias. And the submissions for this competition the deadline will be Monday next week. And you can still submit your projects, which relate to innovative activities in your universities, in order to develop feasibility studies for different innovation projects, to support buying equipment for research and development projects. So there are different opportunities available, but please be mindful that throughout the world it's common practice that in order to get that support, you must be best, and competition is always a prerequisite in order to be issued with funding from a budget, state budget. In October this year, Ukraine joined Horizon Europe, and to the amount of 80 million euros. And this money will also be targeted at supporting innovation in Ukraine. We are joyful and glad that Ukrainian participants will have an opportunity to join this program and to draw certain funding. Along with that, we must be mindful of the fact that Ukraine also joined another UN program for the development of SDGs on smart specialization basis. And I suppose that our colleagues from the Ministry of Economics paid attention to different opportunities provided by the Ministry of Economy. Well, innovation sector is developing very quickly in strides and leaps in Ukraine, and this event, where I am together with this conference at the same time, is bearing witness to the fact that Ukraine is interested in different innovative developments, given the fact that the government is still paying insufficient attention in order to support innovative activities. Because of that, I would like to thank all of today's participants for making time to come here to exchange and swap your opinions. And I hope that joint efforts will enable us to develop adequate financial tools of support, because something that the government of Ukraine is considering is developing the documents like innovative vouchers, supporting foreign patenting, and subsidizing high intense technology projects together with academia and different scientific establishments. So this is briefly what I would like to communicate to the general public, and this relates to a lot of developments taking place and planned for the further support of the innovation in Ukraine.
Thank you, Mr. Yuri. But if it's okay with you, can you stay in touch, connected? Because let me explain to all of you, Igor is attending another event, so when we have a questions and answer session, he might not be available. Probably right now, some of our participants would be able to either ask a live question or via online, especially about the use of financial tools. Yeah, go ahead. Good afternoon. USAID projects, Rosanna Louis Livnenko, the Human Potential Development Team. Mr. Yuri, I would like to ask you officially to join our USAID team, because we are actively moving towards the development stage with our partner universities. We learn how to survive together with them under the conditions that they ended up in, because they are currently at the both controlled and uncontrolled territories of Lugansk and Donetsk region. And so next year, we will focus on commercialization of research, the implementation of R&D initiatives. So I greatly hope that your directorate, the experts of your directorate, would be able to attend our events and provide more detailed instructions to our learning establishments, because lots of them are in the pools for the development of smart specialization strategies as members. So in this way, we will not only strengthen the capability of those pools, but also would be able to support the universities, which are currently receiving grants from our grant funds, innovation, startups, increasing the list of services rendered to business. That's our ultimate goal. So we are grateful for being able to hear from you those steps that were made in the right direction, and to ask you kindly support our team in our work with the universities. Thank you, Ms. Snezhana. It's really a pleasure to hear that the transfer of technologies proves to be the trend topic in the universities, because we all know that the universities are fighting for their financial autonomy. I would like to inform you that yesterday at the Parliamentary Committee on Science, Education and Technologies, yet another bill was reviewed, which was part of the package of 3 bills on the support of innovative activities and transfer of technologies. Yesterday, in the first reading, our committee have approved the law number 5529. This is the bill on introducing changes and amendments to the budget code on providing financial incentives to budget institutions. And this draft law will provide the universities, national academies, the colleges of the security and defense sector, of course, to be able to generate funds to special funds. Yet another way for them to improve their financial sanity. As for your work with Eastern universities in transfer of technologies, well, we are all in favor of creating the network of incubators, accelerators, and startup centers. This is extremely important to involve universities for this, because we recognize that the transfer technology centers have been created in the universities, but no guidelines offered, no mentorship support. They lack experts, subject matter experts, and they require access to patent databases, and that's what we're working on as we speak. I would be gladly helping you both on behalf of the ministry and together with the experts of our directorate. Yet tomorrow we'll have the event, Info Day, the events that will happen at 10 a.m. They will be broadcasted on our YouTube channel of our ministry. So those of you who are interested, please stay tuned. You will learn more information about what's going on. And if you have COVID certificates, you can physically come to Tarasa Shevchenko 16, office 104 of that's the address of our ministry. So sticking to all the quarantine measures, we can see you there. So thank you, and looking forward to this synergy. Thank you. Would you have any other questions from the audience? If not, then please allow me to ask this. You know what, Mr. Igor, I've been working in the higher learning establishment. My last faculty department was that of social administration, public administration, and what I always learned is the difficult way of involving the business. So you were preaching about the synergy, the cooperation. You said what draft laws are in pipeline that would be providing incentives for launching the startups with the support of universities, other innovative projects. As a professor of one of the universities, I can see that it's an uphill battle indeed. I mean, all those challenges have been mentioned before, but they have not been formalized, structured, especially in terms of how to improve the cooperation and the inclusion of business, how to properly form and shape the proposals, an intellectual proposal in the form of patents, research papers, and the involvement of students themselves who would be trained to be business ready as graduates. So could the ministry be helpful in this regard? Well, first of all, thank you for this very interesting question. You know what? When I worked in one of the Ukrainian universities before, but after that I worked in some foreign universities as well. But after I came back to work in a Ukrainian university, I first of all studied how the curriculum and training programs have been designed, who consults them, which list of lessons to include on the curriculum, what are the needs of potential employers for the graduates, and practically speaking, there was no synergy with business structures. By soliciting their input to draft the curriculum of those universities, and as a result, the future graduates were not clearly had the confidence that they will be employed and get decent pay. If you remember, the Ministry of Science and Education has introduced the dual form of training, which means that the students can for a while train in the classroom, but the rest of the time spent in the business environment, having the practical exposure to how things that they theoretically learn are actually applied in real life. So here we don't offer them only the practical exposure, but the training process itself has already allows the students to work in the companies and the businesses. And as for attracting and including the businesses, yeah, it's an uphill battle. Fully agree with you. We would love, for instance, sometimes some of the business structures to fund certain research, help to patents. The results of that research gets the intellectual property rights protection documents, but business is not willingly investing in this. They invest in what they have the business need of, which will help to generate the profit at the end of the day. So the private-public partnership model is something that might allow any project to function successfully, especially if the second partner of that partnership is business, and especially in the vocational school arena. Lots of similar triple P projects have been launched there when the businesses invest in the certain occupational professions that they want the students to be exposed to. As to more active involvement of businesses in the research work of the universities, this problem should be resolved by the platform proposed by our ministry at the tool that I have mentioned, because in order to reach the conclusion about the urgent need of this tool, we first had to consult a lot of stakeholders. We conducted numerous topical meetings attended by business structure representatives who actually told us what exactly do they need. Unfortunately, often enough business structures state the fact that the research of our universities is not of that high interest to them, but they're still ready to fund that research if the ultimate outputs of that research effort would help them to generate profits. So the business is not staying aside, but our universities need to properly learn the needs of the businesses and then launch joint training programs, joint projects. We're also in favor and in support of this. And as for this novelty that was introduced into the draft law on transfer of technologies of Ukraine, it was stipulated that the subsidies would be provided to create high-tech joint ventures, including universities and business structures. The government, the state, will be funding both the educational sphere and business at the same time. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Igor. And once again, we keep talking about cooperation. Cooperation is something that lots of things depend upon. once I read the results of one research which covered this topic of partnership pyramid, like Maslow pyramid, where you have the trust and confidence, you form the partnership, you present the roadmap, and then bigger capital will be attracted by the group that owns this partnership. Well, once again, thank you, Ms. Seger, for your active participation. And from my personal experience, I would like to say that here we have representatives from Lviv, which reminded me once there was a story related to one IT cluster in Lviv that what impact the change of training programs on information technologies in Frankaz University in Lviv. And again, it happens thanks to this partnership, to the energy of people who joined efforts in this IT class. The Lviv strategy was prepared first, and one of the priorities was outsourcing of information technologies, and people created this network of businesses that are involved in IT. Obviously, often enough, 99% of cases they are funded by foreign companies that design various applications and software tools. So the educational programs as a result were changed. It's difficult, but it's possible. That's one thing I would like to add to the above. So at our platform today, we have a representative of the Ministry of Economy present here today with us, Denis Shemyakin, who is the director of the reform support team in the Ministry of Economy of Ukraine. So the questions stays the same: institutional support, cooperation at different levels, industrial parks, clusters as an important tool, and finances. Finances that, especially in Ukraine at the national level, could be used. It would be great to have a dialogue here with the representative of the Ministry of Regional Development, hopefully. But I believe you are also involved in those topics. So, yeah, thank you. I am, and I'm aware that online here with us are the members of our directorate who are working on this from the Ministry of Economy, Tatiana Slushova, and the director of the directorate in Kropivnitsky has signed the order that we were expecting for a long time, December the 9th. They signed the order on establishing the task force, or as we call it, the working group on establishing the coordination center. Currently, the Ministry of Regional Development and has received this draft, and within 10 days they would either have to sign it or provide us with their comments how to improve on it. And this order will help us to identify what will be the tools for funding and supporting the smart specialization projects. And hopefully after it's signed, namely it might happen on December the 9th, which is the end of those 10 days, then it will be sent to the Ministry of Justice, and finally this coordination center would be established. And this task force will start creating the support mechanism, and here we expect the initiative from the regions. We want your input, what you're lacking, what sort of tools you would gladly use, because you already have a couple of years of experience working on smart specialization. We know that how difficult it is to attract business. So finally, there are some achievements. I announced last month that this order is going to be signed, but most likely it's going to be present under our New Year tree. Back to this support topic, two issues. First of all, expecting assistance, seeking for funds, attract business. This is something that has been developed by us. And secondly, smart specialization is the opportunity to become visible, to attract investments. And here, the winners would be those who focus mostly on the second scenario. That is to say, make use by the way, currently there are lots of opportunities, and one of the tools that is launched, industrial parks, 400 million hryvnias have been allocated for next year. And what we observe from the experience of our team is that there is a huge need in the contents for such industrial parks, what residents would be there. From the president, we did receive a KPI like open and commission new plans. But again, if we want those plans to keep working and not to get closed down, for that they need to manufacture competitive products, and smart specialization helps here. It helps to improve the probability that you are placing correct bets, and those who would focus on proper priorities, a handful of them, not a lot, and hopefully it would follow the methodology, because the methodology has been supported by data, by the results of scientific research. It increases the opportunity to win, to grow the company's local champions, who would then evolve into national champions. And I hope that with the help of smart specialization, in a couple of years' time, some global champions will come into existence. If we talk about the cooperation with the Ministry of Regions, Ministry of Economy, and the Ministry of Education, three of them are the key players at the central level. There is a communication and cooperation between them right now, and on the Ministry of the Regional Development, well, I don't want to speak on their behalf, but let me share the information that I heard. There is an expectation that the FERER would be involved somehow in support of smart specialization, but there is a difficulty. The FERER currently could fund the municipal companies mostly, but what we say is that the state fund for reconstruction and development needs to support also the public companies. Either we need to change the mandate of this fund, or so certain bureaucratic challenges to face still. Now, a couple of regions have already registered themselves at the platform. Those who made some achievements in this smart specialization area, they have registered themselves there. It's great that this initiative is there. It's great that people start getting registered, but we would wish that they would focus on client-oriented approach. We need to know what do we expect from our efforts, because for the time being, the information posted there, well, it's diverse, of course, and some people place the information about investment projects, others place their strategy there. Lots of people post information in Ukrainian, but expect that foreign investors would somehow get interested. So here we need to be more custom-oriented, present information in English language, because money that speak English are much more numerous than those that speak Ukrainian. So I would advise you to, this advice goes to the local self-governments and to the businesses to focus on what could be done now. For instance, at the Ministry of Regions launched the compensation of credit rates program already for certain businesses. Again, this is something might involve certain criteria on smart specialization. If the region determined that these are the priority areas, well then let's make use of all of the opportunities. Thanks a lot, Dennis. Would you have any questions to Dennis? While the participants are thinking, oh, you have one, please, Svetlana. Lugansk State Administration, the Department of Economy. Svetlana Boris is my name. I gladly heard from you that the Ministry of Economy has already started making the first steps towards high centralization of smart specialization efforts, because we are lacking such centralized government policy to start implementing it at the regional level. So my question is this: is there any draft order of the Ministry of Economy on the guidelines or the methodology on the implementation of smart specialization, how to involve EDP? Because sometimes we lack this tool, this methodology to make next steps. For instance, form a working group. The methodology should clearly determine, for instance, that at the level of the regional state administration, a working group should be established. We do that, for instance, but the lack of such procedure in place slows down our efforts. So what would you do in this regard in the Ministry of Economy? Is it the methodology on implementation or the original design of smart specialization? Because together with the audit that I mentioned, the draft methodology on design of the strategy will be approved and shared as soon as it's approved. The methodology has been designed already. The Ministry of Economy people have sent it to GRC for their review and approval. We received a positive feedback, so hopefully along with the audit we will approve this methodology as well. And one more thing about the finances. Which sources are we searching for? Which resources we are considering currently? There are a couple of billion of funds in various donor projects. There is a directorate that coordinates all those donors projects. It's involved in smart specialization. They understand the importance and the gravity of this topic, and we're trying to streamline some of the funding streams out there. But let me reiterate that smart specialization is, and I support the approach when it's more treated as a tool that would allow us to focus our attention on the correct choice to be made, not expecting huge amounts of funds. Your strategy and action plan should be in place even though the funds are not out there just yet. Of course, the government would not be able to develop certain industries without additional support, but I'm all in favor of markets competition. And in Ukraine, we have lots of businesses and entrepreneurs who can build companies that will be globally competitive without the government support. Another thing that is already working is this. We plan to provide our recommendations on 579 programs, those who could be connected to smart specialization. But again, it's only in talks right now. Let's wait when the coordination center is fully established and working, and I invite all of the regions to become proactive, send initiatives. On our part, we would make sure that all your requests would be responded to, and the bureaucratic process will be covered as fast as possible with the help of the Ministry of Economy. If there is an interest, we'll support it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Danis, because in your person, I feel that you are not a formalist because of a certain incumbent obligations that you have to carry out, but you're also living and breathing this philosophy. The philosophy of your thinking very much coincides with mine. And with regard to Ms. Svetlana and her comment, I would like also to give my feedback by saying that different legal documentation and approving this documentation and bylaws, having them is okay, but in many ways they can also put additional restrictions. People may come up with something new and innovative. And therefore, this kind of methodology must be more of recommendational character rather than something rigidly telling you what to do and what not to do. I also loved it that you said you are awaiting proposals from regions, because this way of focusing, if it is once again a written step by step, this is not going to provide for creativity, because creation is very fluid, because people always look for something new, more novel. Therefore, we encourage regions, truly encourage them to reach out to us with your proposals, because this is an applied area. It's not something which is hard and dry, black and white. Therefore, we call on you to get involved, because you are the ones that grope through your own territories. You go and feel, and you do it tangibly, and you can come up with the necessary recommendations. And this steering committee is a wonderful thing or this coordination center is a wonderful thing to be created. And I think that this coordination group or steering group will have very fine representatives, because I have been to Lysychansk, my hometown, I understand that the way of life in Kiev and central authorities versus what happens in the field requires a lot of coordination, because the problems we have in the fields, the problems that people are faced with, the way that people work there, is something that needs to be communicated. People need to understand that at the central level, they should live a separate life from what is experienced at the regional level. So I understand where you're coming from when you're asking us about methodology. You're sometimes confronted with difficulties when you want some information. And in many ways, the ministry can help you, because in the first place, we can coordinate exchanging experiences, because some of the regions are more advanced in this regard. And secondly, in terms of information, because certain statistical data, obtaining that is difficult. So let's face it. And in this respect, we can also be helping. Additionally, if these grassroots initiatives, bottom-up initiatives, whatever comes from regions, is always very specific, concrete, applicable and workable. And the main idea is to make sure that it doesn't drown somewhere in the bureaucracy. So I hope that different activists will be also part of this coordination group. They will be constructive in their cooperation. So at least we're thinking of this instrument to be a really constructive tool. Thank you, Denise. I would also like to support you in the way that you said that a lot of funding for smart specialization cannot just be forwarded from the state-owned budget, because it's a business, and businesses work in order to make money. And in this case, we are talking about earning a lot of money, so added value should be great, substantial. So again, if we're talking about funding allocated to businesses to support different innovations, then of course you can account on state funding, because research can sometimes take several years, and businesses cannot stand such long-lasting investments. Therefore, of course, the state can become conducive in this respect. But anyway, personally, with regard to specialization, I always regard smart specialization as business focusing resources for businesses that may be most effective, both for the businesses themselves and for the local region, territories, in terms of producing tax revenues, and the state itself. So in this regard, if we talk about business, what matters here is local or regional level where this business is based, and creating added value, new links, creating new clusters, and thus creating a new persona for the region, because the whole world is competing these days. Enterprises are competing amongst each other. Now we have a lot of amalgamated communities. These communities can also compete amongst each other, because their powers right now are equal. Regions compete, countries can compete, but this is a special kind of competition, which, unlike a company or a business or an enterprise, perhaps maybe not that much unlike, each of the regions has their own persona, their own identity. And this is something which is placed on the 3S platform. That's why we advise the regions on these platforms, 3S platforms, do not feed everything that you have, because a potential investor, when he comes and he sees a whole lot, he or she will not be interested in studying, digging, pottering around and looking for a particular kernel of truth for themselves. For me, the information should be very concrete, the face of your region. Probably this process of smart specialization, the EDP process that identifies certain enterprises, the way that they have been working on their investment projects, and that these investment projects is their heart and soul, generated by them, and contact details so that potential investors can get in touch with such businesses, enterprises, or particular entities easily. So that's a little from me. And desirably, these should be functional contacts, because sometimes there may be telephone numbers that nobody responds. So you have to put yourself in the shoes of the reader that comes and begins to look for something. So what do our regions want to get found? Investors, of course, and they don't want these industrial parks to be dead premises, but they want these parks to host specific businesses, the businesses that would reflect the personality of these regions. And how can you find these businesses? On the platform, you will easily get the contact information. So this is the chain of this activity. And I could also say that in terms of regions, there's a lot of positive that we can observe. They're beginning to own this process. And I think that in several years, those organizations that are right now in the vanguard will definitely become champions of this movement, and others will look up to them. And I believe that competition is great. However, the next level is cooperation and collaboration, and I believe that that results in much greater synergy. And smart specialization is a great additive, because if you understand that your neighbor makes motors or engines, and you specialize in some way in the same, so you begin to think of how you can put your heads together. So it's not only about competition, but also about cooperation. Basically, this is about one of the achievements in contemporary market that arrived at the proper understanding that competition, for it not to be so harsh and prevent you from losing resources because somebody dies as a result of competition, it came up with this option of cooperation. Therefore, cooperation and competition, competition and cooperation. It's an endless chain. I also very much enjoyed it today when someone in the first platform said, Ramois probably, that this is an ongoing, constant process of entrepreneurial discovery, which never ends. It keeps on going. So there's no stability. You're always either losing or winning. Are there any questions to ask? Yes, Ms. Svetlana, please. I have a technical question to ask you. The legal framework we have at the moment, I think it's Regulation 33 and the order from the Ministry of Regional Development speak about the fact that in our strategies of regional development, at least there has to be one strategic goal that should include smart specialization. When we listen to experts from the European Union, we become aware of the fact that this should be a separate strategy, because strategy for smart specialization is separate. So do they somehow specify that in the order that you have mentioned in the resolution? So do you think it should be a separate document that needs to be constantly developed and amended? We understand that this is an ongoing process which needs to be constantly monitored, perhaps amended on a constant basis? Or should it be within the framework of the regional strategy that all of our regions already have approved, and these strategies need to be adapted and act in accordance with measures of smart specialization? When talking about the Ministry of Regional Development, you need to ask them, concerning my vision, it's better to have one strategy. I understand that it's like a driver, like a locomotive. This strategy, which is developed for the whole region, is very difficult to amend. And it requires additional thinking. And I believe it's one of the questions that should be developed further by this coordination center. So one strategy is always better to work with, and maybe some elements of that will be identified and a streamlined procedure of how to amend that particular section rather than make two documents. Therefore, I am in favor of having what is already approved. I understand that some will take these goals and purposes in a more formalistic ways, others in less formalistic ways. I think it's okay. It's an evolutional progress. When the first cycle of smart specialization is over and first successes come, people will take it more seriously, I mean, S3. I would like to add to what you have just said as an expert on strategic planning, because I have been engaged in these things since 2002 or 2003, and I remember the first strategies developed in Ukraine for towns and cities. They were of purely patriotic character. Why? Because local self-governance had such a system of authorities, and the budgeting policy was based on the principles not of revenues but expenditures. Therefore, the strategy, whether you have earned money or not, there were different subtleties, and the fund for development was very small for towns to use that. But those who were first, the champions, who really won. And I remember Mayor Yuri Bova from Trostanets in Sumy region. Today he's extremely successful, and his town is very successful because he rolled up his sleeves and began to work on the strategy, and not in a formalistic way. And now he's utilizing this tool. And the same, I think, will be true about smart specialization. And what Ms. Svetlana has just asked about, I think there should be a single strategy, because a strategy is not a dogma either. It lays foundation. As vision is its strategic foundation, but other strategic purposes may vary, and the plan of implementation may be amended, because usually it is amended every several years. So the plan of smart specialization and implementation may be separate. And it seems to me that in regions, people can identify some big chunks and blocks. The plan of implementation may be a separate addition to the strategy itself, plus the plan of implementation for specific topics like smart specialization. I'm just thinking impromptu, but of course you can give it additional thinking. Let's get a move on. We also have an interesting presentation. Pirita Vuorinen, Senior Human Capital Development Expert from European Training Center. Pirita is coordinator for engaging enterprises in skills development. We have already heard the idea. By the way, hello and welcome. Pirita, academia usually engage in innovations, preparation of different scientific developments and students for them to go into startups. Pirita has very interesting experience, as far as I know, which is to do with vocational training, vocational education and training. So the people that will go into plants and enterprises, into manufacturing. So we would like to hear the experience and recommendations issued by Pirita. Hello, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Galina. I hope you can hear me well, and greetings from Italy. It's very cold here, but I know Ukraine, so it's probably even colder there. So it's a pleasure to be with you today. I will be talking about vocational education and training, and the role of vocational education and training in smart specialization. I know it's not the first thing that comes to mind when we're talking about smart specialization. Usually we're talking about higher education, patents, and so on. But in reality, smart specialization does require vocational skills. There was a study a few years back, I don't remember exactly whose it was, but in the study it said that for every higher educated individual, there's 4 to 5 vocational jobs that open up. So as we're going towards innovation and technological development, for every higher educated individual, we need 4 to 5 vocational graduates. Where is this going to come from in Ukraine in order to support smart specialization? This is where we come in. But before I go any further, just a couple of words about the European Training Foundation for those of you who might not know us yet. We are an agency of the European Commission, so very much a commission animal in that sense. We belong to the Director General for Employment, Social Affairs and Inclusion. Currently, we work in 29 countries outside the European Union. So we do not actually work inside the EU at all. So we do not work with the member states other than through partnerships with countries from outside the European Union. So our mandate is only outside the European Union. We're the only agency that is shaped in this way. Together with our partner countries, we have a longer term commitment in our country. So we have been working for nearly 30 years in our partner countries, including Ukraine. So what we work on is improving vocational education and training systems. We analyze and address skills needs, and we conduct labor market analysis. We've been in this smart specialization discussion already from 2015, 2016, and I was actually in the first meeting in Ukraine. I think it was in January or something, 2016. It was very early when we had this first meeting on smart specialization in Ukraine. That was organized by JRC, I think that meeting. So in 2019, we developed and launched the testing of an approach to analyze skills needs for smart specialization, and specifically vocational skills needs. What does smart specialization mean for vocational skills? What does it mean for informal, non-formal, medium-sized companies, which very much falls in the realm of vocational training? We tested the methodology first in Montenegro and Moldova in 2019, where the smart specialization strategies are at national level. We didn't work with the final strategies because they were not yet in place, although in Montenegro, the strategy was validated in the summer of 2019. In Moldova, it's still not validated. In 2020, we started testing the ETF skills for smart specialization approach in Ukraine at the regional level. We worked with 2 regions. In Kharkiv, we looked at advanced manufacturing, and in Rivne, we looked at wood processing and furniture design. Again, based on preliminary priority areas for smart specialization. So in today's presentations, I want to give you an overview of what is it that we look at. How can ETF help you in running? Galina was talking about running. So how can ETF help you in this running process to be competitive? And what that means in practice. And I'll be taking the Rivne case as an example. Next slide, please. Here you see the key elements of the methodology. So we will look at these key elements quite quickly because we don't have a lot of time. But if you start from the bottom left of your screen, you can see we look at demand, and we look at how the demand is likely to evolve with the implementation of the smart specialization strategy. Right above the skills demand bubble, you see a bubble on skills trends and gaps. Here we look at the existing qualifications, occupations, and skills. What are the current gaps and how they are likely to be affected with the different trends in skills development, like with the twin digital and green transitions. Moving to the right side of the screen, you see the bubble of the VET institutions' training offer and services to SMEs. Here we analyze the situations with initial and continuing vocational education. There's an increased attention on upskilling and reskilling, and for a much younger population than a few years ago. The fast pace of digitalization and technological development means that we need upskilling and reskilling much earlier and more frequently than we did before. And this applies also to SMEs, who are highly dependent on public training offer, which should be flexible to be molded to the needs of SMEs so that they can put it to productive use and see the return on their investment as soon as possible following the training. Applied research and technology transfer is something I've heard mentioned several times today. This has been very much embedded into our work since 2019, when we first tested the approach in Montenegro and Moldova. And it is also in practice applied in Rivne. I'll say about that a few words a bit later. And from 2022, we will be taking a bit more strategic and a structured approach to look at the role of vocational education and training in contributing to applied research and technology transfer. Finally, the bubble on the top, on the relatedness of skills. This has actually been the most difficult element of the analysis, primarily due to data limitations. For instance, in Ukraine, we could not get access to pension fund data in order to see how people flow between different sectors. But essentially, Ukraine, I think, has the foundations to do this and see how people flow between sectors. And if one area of the economy is shrinking, we could see what are the skills bases in that sector and how they could be moved either directly or through upskilling and reskilling to those sectors that require those similar types of skills. This would prevent both unemployment as well as would provide further opportunities for people to move to better remunerated jobs as new sectors are growing. Next slide, please. So this is in addition to the analysis, it looks very complex, but in reality, it's just 3 steps. And the first step is the analysis that I just showed you. In reality, the time we spend on the analysis is much, much shorter. I'd say in the future, it's going to take about 6 months to go through the primary analysis, even 3, depending on how many regions or countries we're working at the same time. And most of the time, about a year and a half or even 2 will be spent on working in partnership with others. The ultimate aim of this process is what has been also mentioned several times today, is to increase access to EU funding mechanisms to support the implementation of smart specialization strategies from a skills, applied research and technology transfer perspective. So the first step, like I said, is the analysis. I will not say much about it because I covered it in the previous slide. But what's important to know is that we focus on the quantitative data that is already available in the country. So we're not generating new quantitative data. We then complement the quantitative data with qualitative analysis. We do employer surveys, employee surveys, focus groups. The approach can vary depending on the context. The second and third steps are very much interlinked. They are about building vision and a partnership. One of the things that we were faced when looking at the smart specialization priority areas that had been determined is that there was no vision. If we do not see the vision in terms of where the region wants to go, it's very difficult for us to work back and see what would the smart specialization mean for skills. So we do need that vision. So we supported the development of a vision from a skills perspective. We have a foresight exercise that we use to construct a vision for skills in the priority area for smart specialization. In order to properly have that discussion, we felt it was important that we bring in partners. These partners come from the EU member states, from similar priority areas for smart specialization, so we try and match them. So, for instance, examples of partners we brought on board to date are, for instance, producers of engines for Ferrari, which I thought was very nice. We brought in Danish furniture design schools. We brought in also the Basque Technology Transfer Center, which focuses specifically on the role of vocational education and training in technology transfer. So the partners have been really, really important from the second step, once we have the initial idea on where we are with skills for the priority area, because they help to open the spectrum a bit and understand what is going on in the sector, not just in the Rivne region, for instance, but what are others doing? What are they doing in Denmark? What are they doing in Netherlands? And what are they doing in Estonia? How are they working with the sector? How are they working with clusters? Something that I heard many times today. For instance, in Estonia, the partners that work with Rivne, they were instrumental in developing the clusters for wood processing and furniture manufacturing, and working primarily with small enterprises. So that's what we're going to focus on during the study visit with next year with Rivne when we go to Estonia. So these peer exchanges have been felt by everybody to be mutually beneficial. So it's not just Rivne benefiting; it is also the Dutch, the Danish, and the Estonians who are involved in this partnership, who say they very much gain from this exchange. The discussions are very practical in this. We work with online meetings and then 2 study visits. So the exchanges are very practical, and the conversations are focused on what are the practical issues in terms of skills development, how to work with SMEs, how to support SME development from a vocational education and training perspective, what works, what doesn't work, and why, what are the possible solutions to the problems and why they could work, and different issues to consider, and so on. It generally takes only 15 minutes when we put partners who have similar interests, so really from the matching smart specialization priority areas. It takes generally about 15 minutes for the partners to start talking about Erasmus exchanges. That's like the first thing that comes up. And 6 months into the partnership, we're already talking about applications to Horizon Europe and so on. So it's very, very tangible, the work that we do. Next slide, please. So here's an example of what a vision can kind of look like. This is extraction. This is not the full vision statement that we wrote, but this is a small extraction. So just to give you an idea of what we look at. So Rivne wants to move to a knowledge-intensive actor in the wood processing and furniture manufacturing value chain. So they want to reposition themselves in moving forward with smart specialization. They see the manufacturing sector evolving towards more innovative and highly competitive and an export-oriented sector with specialized human capital that leverages the cutting-edge technology. This is very important for them, that they need to move from more traditional production to more advanced types of production. One thing that surprised us a bit was the strong focus on the natural resources, the green skills, the sustainability factor, circular economy. This was a surprise. I did not expect this much of a focus to be there, especially when it comes to design. A lot of focus was put on green design, using materials, developing new materials that are environmentally friendly, recycling, and so on. And finally, an important component in order to implement the vision for smart specialization, there was a need to kind of strengthen the regional cooperation. This is something that was seen as a key element in implementing the smart specialization strategy. Next slide, please. So these are the findings that we have in terms of what were the priorities in Rivne in order to implement the smart specialization strategy from a skills perspective. So we divided the findings into three main categories. The first one is digital skills. This one is probably no surprise. We focused very much on additive manufacturing. So what are the 3D printing methods, CAD and CAM technologies? What are the materials that can be used for additive manufacturing? So different polymers, metals, composites, ceramics, and also how can additive manufacturing be used as a secondary process. None of this is currently covered by the education and training provision in Rivne, but there is definitely an understanding on the need to do so, both from the training provision, employment services, as well as companies themselves. Companies are very much involved in this process with us. The second issue that was the kind of category of priorities that was identified was design and wood composites. So one thing that was very important was to move away from the more traditional design to something that is more export driven, more international, and could be marketed more broadly. Computer-aided design, there's a feeling that Rivne was left a bit behind and not on top of the current technologies in terms of design, and this is especially important because many companies now, also the value chains are global and online, and unless students are able to work with companies online on these design processes, they're essentially excluded from applying for and working for such jobs. Or even companies. I mean, they need these people with these skills so that companies can participate in these contracts. One thing was important was developing prototypes also of these products. This was felt that the chain was not sufficiently developed to go from the full process of designing a new product. Composite materials was something that we talked really a lot about. This was really felt as a niche to develop competitiveness of Rivne. That there's this understanding that the new furnitures and interesting designs require different capabilities from the wooden materials and combined materials that are used to design furniture. Currently this kind of training provision that would allow the students to learn how to manipulate and combine different materials, it's currently not available. And again, the greening is very important. The last priority area, green skills and circular economy. So really important was this kind of eco-compatible design, using regenerative materials, so biodegradable biomaterials, lots of very complicated terminology in terms of recycling and kind of green materials, circular production, again, designing the product so that it is from the design set, from the onset when it is designed in a way that it can be reused and repaired a lot. So less and less there is demand for single-use products, but there's more of this customers want products that are sustainable over time, and that they can see that it's not going to go to waste once the time is done, but rather that it can be repaired or reused or recycled. Also, all of these three different categories that we identified open a lot of new business opportunities. There's new business models that open that are currently not captured. Entrepreneurial learning is there in the curricula, but not as strong as it should be in order to support the implementation of smart specialization strategies. So more kind of digitalization of the training and in different aspects would be necessary, and also the higher level of VET provision, vocational education and training provision at higher level, because the smart specialization seems to affect primarily the move from more initial vocational skills to medium and higher level vocational skills, which are currently not there. For you to know, for the next 6 months, we're working on these peer learning partnerships in Rivne. As an example, we're working with Estonia, the Netherlands, and Denmark. And we are addressing together these issues in terms of how they address these skills issues, both in vocational education and training and in companies. And we're also looking at clusters, and we're looking at technology transfer and applied research. So it's quite a big package of tying things together, but it's very interesting work, and it's pretty rare, me as professionally, to say that I get to work through the entire chain of this process, and it's quite a pleasure to see the different changes. And now, as of January, we're starting to work on a joint requests for funding, looking at the different funding instruments in the European Union that are available to Ukraine. So lots more to come from us, and we'll be having an event in March, to discuss this further. So we hope that some of you will join us to that event in March. That's it from me. Thank you.
And there might be questions from the audience. We have people from 5 regions present here today. Probably some of you might share your experience that Pirita is using in Rivne region. Note takers. Dennis, what about you? No? Is the mic working?
Is there any ideas about the shares of participation in the smart specialization process for vocational education sector and for higher education sector? I understand that everything is up to the sector or the industry, but maybe there are some researches, ideas, recommendations that you can provide. Because now we just discussed these aspects for ceramics in Donetsk Oblast, that maybe it's worth to engage actively some vocational schools to this topic. So maybe you can provide some recommendations what to do.
Okay, the traditional the higher education is definitely the most predominant representative in smart specialization processes, but increasingly this is changing, because the more the process of smart specialization moves from designing the strategy to implementing it, the attention shifts. So what we find that in European Union member states, and actually JRC recently published a survey they did in order to see what was the participation like. And vocational education and training is generally part of the smart specialization process in EU member states. Not as strong as higher education. Higher education definitely leads, but vocational education training is present. There are examples where vocational education training is more present than in others. For instance, in Basque Country, it's very much involved, also in applied research and technology transfer. Also in Finland, where, for instance, I am from, vocational education and training plays a very important role in the smart specialization process. But it also depends on what levels of vocational education and training we're talking about. If we're talking about initial vocational education training, so the lowest level, obviously the bar is a bit higher. So what we see in both Rivne and Kharkiv, that the demand for vocational skills for smart specialization is in fact medium and higher vocational skills. So the more we move towards smart specialization implementation, that's the type of skills that emerge. And when you open the discussion to companies about implementing the smart specialization strategy, they generally don't ask for higher university graduate type skills. They ask for vocational skills. Those seem to be more scarce on the market. So I would say there's definitely room to involve a vocational education and training in smart specialization and in the innovation ecosystem. I think this is a role that in Ukraine is now rather limited, but in the next 10 years, I think it's going to change radically. Galina said that smart specialization is an ongoing process and EDP is an ongoing process, and you will revisit it and revise it, and it will evolve with Ukraine, this approach. And I think that you will see that you will progressively move away from this more stronger focus on higher education and start looking at vocational education and training, especially when you move to the implementation of the strategies. Because that's when the companies are simply going to ask for that. So then you're going to have to address their needs.
Thank you very much. In our work, we are actually trying to combine the participation of vocational sector and higher education, because we know that there are companies that need both types of specialists. So they need specialists and they need engineers. So we try to offer them this type of engagement when they can meet both with vocational sector and higher education. So I think that maybe it can be great recommendation for us to think about involvement of more vocational institutions in the smart specialization development in the East. Thank you.
I think it depends a lot on how you are positioning vocational education and training. For instance, in Finland, vocational schools have a mandate to support regional development. Because they have a mandate to support regional development, they work with companies. And when you go to vocational education school websites, you see the different occupations you could study for and to companies, which include applied research, innovation, technology transfer. You find all these services there to companies. This evolution is ongoing, and it is going to come to Ukraine as well. And I know you're working on centers of excellence, centers of vocational excellence, and that's exactly what you're going to see happening here. So it is a process. And for instance, to give you an example, in Finland, vocational education training used to be here, and higher education was here above it. Now they're parallel. It's not. They're not one is higher, one is lower. They just provide different sets of skills for different types of jobs, which are not hierarchical. They are different. In fact, a vocational school graduate can be and often is much more in demand than a university graduate, because there's an oversupply of university graduates. What we have to do is see an evolution of vocational education and training from initial to different levels. So we need higher levels of vocational skills, especially digitalization and greening really put emphasis on that. So I think that will change, and you will see that companies will ask for that. They will really ask for vocational skills.
In the process of reformation of vocational education and training system is active now. EU4Skills, you know about this project, and I hope that with the help of smart specialization, we will go a little bit in a different way, because we are waiting for creation of these centers of excellence. But I think that through smart specialization, through involvement in these processes, we can really create a good basis for future centers of excellence, and in this way to ensure the sustainability of our common affairs. So thank you.
Yeah, we're trying to see if we can connect Rivne to the Center of Excellence project as well. So we're working on that. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Snezhana, for this interesting question. Obviously, thank you, Pirita, for a very informative response, because once again, you suggest to us that nothing is fixed in stone, nothing is carved in stone. We always need to find this balance. And let me add a brief comment on from me, and Pirita once again confirmed what I saw about 9 years ago in Canada, when the graduates of higher learning institutions like universities, after they received their diploma, they would get enrolled in vocational schools. And I was quite surprised at that time, but I recognized that university offers one set of skills, more research-oriented, basic legislative, including the laws of society, while at the vocational schools level, these are more practical skills. And even in the countries with developed economies, engineers, because they thought here that engineers are people who work in the office, but in the Western countries, engineers are managers of large number of machines and mechanisms. So he has the engineering background, and so things are evolving fast. And there's a Moore's law that comes to mind, which was used in the theory of innovations, namely that each year the number of new intellectual discoveries by machines and mechanisms will double $1 of investment and geometrical progression, but it entails the changes in the society, in the economy. And nowadays we live in the time when changes at the level of one generation happen a couple of times, technological changes. So let's acknowledge that we live in the fast-moving and fast-changing world. And of course, we still have a minute or two for questions, but let me conclude with what I started. If you want to be ahead, you need to run even faster. So any questions, proposals, interesting ideas to voice out? Or is it something that our regions will be able to share during the third platform, the discussion platform, where 5 of our regions will present their the results of their works and share the experience, right? That's what you're focusing on. Okay, then that means that we are going along with our agenda. We'll be ready for our next coffee break. Hopefully, we were able to share interesting ideas with you. So, colleagues, let's have a 20 minutes break.
Ще раз доброго дня, шановні колеги. Ми вас
Colleagues, welcome back. We are ready to launch the last session of our conference where we're going to be discussing the results of 2021, how our regions succeeded in implementing the EDP efforts. Today here with us are representatives from 5 regions who would share their superb results, what they were doing in 2021. Of course, we have plans for 2022, something to discuss, obviously. On Zoom, we have people from other regions. In Facebook, we have people who are implementing smart specialization elsewhere in other regions. Once again, we are broadcasting to this event on our institute's Facebook page. We will keep the recordings in both languages, Ukrainian and English there. Also, the recordings in both languages will be presented on the YouTube challenge of the International Policy Institute. So please view them, learn how your colleagues on smart specialization are doing in other regions. So, without much ado, let me give the floor to Natalia Pogrebna from the Kyiv Oblast Administration, the Department of Economics and Digitalization. So, Ms. Natalia, what are your achievements of 2021? Hello, colleagues, and it's a pleasure to welcome all of you here because offline events is really an experience that you can share with your colleagues, learn something new, and innovations is our future. That's why let me share with you those processes of smart specialization in Kyiv region that we have been involved at the very beginning. We were not the pilot region though, but we reached the results that we currently have with a very high pace. So on this presentation, you will learn that Kyiv region is a very unique region. Indeed, for Ukraine, it was tough for us to come to a joint understanding of what smart specialization is all about. About a dozen of such events we carried out when we started developing the strategy on smart specialization back in 2010. We didn't know what smart specialization is all about, where to begin, how to develop it. But thanks to the very strong group of stakeholders, business and entrepreneurs and authorities, all having vested interests in this. So here are the results to share with you. These are 12 industries that have economic and innovative potential in Kyiv region. The GRSET methodology called for quantitative and then qualitative analysis to run, thus coming up with this short list of economic potential industries. And today I would like to present 4 of those spheres, those which we have singled out due to the results of the analysis. So what are those 4 spheres? First is developing energy efficient solutions using alternative energy sources, pharmaceutics and innovative products and bioactive particles. And the last one, which we are proud of, is the production of innovative foodstuff with improved qualities, functional food as we call it, and it's a separate food cluster that we are currently trying to introduce. I would like to reiterate that the first steps in smart specialization were quite tough. At first, we worked quite a lot on making sure that we are able to combine all of the stakeholders. Hopefully, we managed to do that. The process of entrepreneurial discovery was quite powerful. Starting from the first effort on innovative products for construction, we started back in 2019. And so far we have signed a memorandum on creating a cluster with the Ukrainian Association of Furniture Makers. Something we're proud of. Next, when we started looking at the second sphere of smart specialization, energy efficient solutions, namely, and we have registered in Bila Tserkva, the Kyiv energy cluster already, and as a result of numerous roundtable discussions, this proved to be a cross-sectoral specialization that could be found in all of the 12 priorities. Now we're working on bioactive particles and pharmaceutics. 2 weeks ago, we conducted a roundtable identifying strengths and weaknesses, identified stakeholders, but in parallel to this, we are also working on a medical cluster, which is going to be registered in the city of Bucha. Bucha Techno Garden, a large-scale project involving lots of new employment opportunities, jobs created on the existing industrial park. Thus, we support the park and develop the network of clusters as well. In the industrial park for this year, through the State Fund of Regional Development, we're going to support transport infrastructure. So if you look in totality all of the measures needed to support the cluster initiatives, this becomes a good example of innovative development and economic development of the whole potential. Now, as to the fourth area of smart specialization, I would like to separately dwell on it because Kyiv region is proud and is boasting this. That will be our competitive advantage. Why? How so? Well, because we have lots of small and medium enterprises in the foodstuff industry. We have lots of people employed in this industry. We have large volumes of experts in this area, but they are not end products, but they are raw materials. So hopefully we will increase the percentage of ready-to-consume foodstuff. Another interesting market for us is the city of Kyiv. All our products with functional peculiarities could be sold at. Under the EDP umbrella, we conducted roundtables, workshops, all the way to a strategic session, which happened a month ago. At this strategic session, and it was unbelievable, there were lots of people from amalgamated communities who started competing with one another in which region to register their cluster in, because we are talking about the cluster of functional food and foodstuff, and lots of businesses have expressed interest. 23 participants were at the final stages of finalizing the legal paperwork and signing the memorandum that's, as it turns out, is of interest not only to the authorities, but to academia, businesses, and most importantly to territorial communities. The potential projects in foodstuff industry, there are lots of them. The results of the strategic session came up with a list, and it's not an exhaustive list of the projects. They're the key ones that we might start focusing our attention at. Thus, we are ready to review any innovation projects. So as to the clusters in Kyiv region, so far we have 7 of them, the ones that I mentioned already. The functional foodstuff cluster, I mentioned it, medical cluster, energy cluster, furniture. Also, we work on fast industry cluster, and some findings on tourist cluster and innovative cluster of genome technologies. There's those 7 clusters that I'm confident would provide impetus for the development of Kyiv region and some of the neighboring regions as well, and Ukraine at large. The major tasks ahead of us for the year 2022 reflected in the strategy of development of Kyiv region, and our action plan has measures on supporting investment-oriented industries. And this year we designed the competitive economy strategy that is aimed at supporting the smart specialization industry, starting from the School of Cluster Management all the way to the measures on supporting such industries. I am convinced that the deputies will support this program, and the smart specialization industries would get incentives and impetus to continue implementing innovations. What's important is to do it together, and our today's event allows us colleagues to join our efforts, share our thoughts, and the ultimate product of this effort would be that all of our regions are implementing innovations, and we become examples to follow, not only here in Ukraine, but in the European Union at large. If we look at the map of smart specialization of the European Union, by the way, thank you, the Institute, for putting Kyiv region on this map. So this is a great example of cooperation when our businesses would be able to expect the support and the exchange of experience and access to grant funds needed to implement innovation. So let's implement smart specialization together. And once again, Kyiv region is always ready for all and any innovation. Thank you, Natalia. And I would like to reiterate that Kyiv region was not a pilot region, but that was a political will of the governor's office of the state regional administration when you requested expert support from us because you didn't have a European expert to work with. But anyway, you risked it all. You made this first step, and I'm extremely grateful that you have the results to boast of. And at your events, it was quite visible when they would start the discussions about innovative products, foodstuff products, etc. And when we had a diet expert, a scientist who would tell us about the trends, while those who are subject matter experts in foodstuff, they know the state standards that are obsolete. They're 50, 60 years old and stay the same, unchanged. And for them, that was an important step to recognize that it's outdated and something new needs to be offered. So for me, from the practical standpoint, not only for me, but for all of us are the consumers, right? So this is something that is important for us, not only on itself, but as part of our general efforts. Now the floor goes to Vadim Tabakera from the Lviv State Administration, Economics Department. Vadim, the floor is yours. Hello, everyone. I would like to thank the organizers, first of all, for providing us the assistance on all of the stages from the beginning until now, that you arrange such meetings, very important meetings indeed, because Jurgita is probably listening to us, who would have a chance to make the presentation, and we're grateful to GRC experts for all the assistance they provided us with during the initial stages of implementation when we didn't fully grasp the nature of smart specialization. So, the Lviv region, you know what? We've been quite proactive in embracing the smart specialization, and not only the level of my economics policy department, but there is a community of people who are willing to have new changes. They represent various industries. We have clusters quite active. We have industrial park. We have lots of higher learning establishments who are offering their own initiatives, and they are even are proactive in writing the sectoral assistance requests to the EU. They suggest what funds could be appropriated from the regional budget. So we find ourselves in a situation when we feel that the car that we previously tried to push ourselves, now it's driving on its own, and even without our will and without our support, it will keep moving. This is the strategy for the development of Lviv region. One of the strategic goals, according to the methodology, should meet the approach of smart specialization, and for us, that's competitive economy. But in addition to this, we recognize that the tourism attractiveness is another goal, in particular implementing the medical tourism. Sometime next year we would like to focus more on researching this particular issue. Currently, the operational goals identified in the strategy, namely development of creative industries, we have started it. We conducted numerous workshops and focus group discussions to validate the relevancy of this approach. These are our areas of smart specialization. There are 4 of them, big areas broken down into the codes of economic activity, 4 niche areas. Processing industry is the area where we see the machine building, equipment building, textile industry, where there is a high concentration of production capacities, employment, higher average pay, but at the same time no active clusters so far, and no small or medium companies that will be willing to make this sector clusterize and respectively work with funds, with regional budgets and grant funds. Actually, we would have more companies that feel that they're self-sufficient, and their position is, don't you mess with us, because we will make it do ourselves. Just don't impede. And this cluster came into existence even before we started working with smart specialization, because we had Horizon 2020 project implemented with the bioeconomy strategy concepts implemented. The Timber Technological Institute got actively involved, and Oris Keiko, the coordinator of that project, and they agreed to represent the needs of this processing industry, namely the timber and woodstuff processing sub-industry. They agreed that this is the area where we would be able to transform the economy by delivering higher KPIs, both in foodstuff industry, bioenergy, polygraphics, and the concept behind it is that the wastes should cause high profits. And it's true that they haven't took into consideration the abilities to, our own abilities to use renewable energy and recycling of timber products. In Lviv region, we already grasped this opportunity, namely building the bioelectric power station, the first in this region, using the waste from timber processing plants to generate electricity. We also launched the Feed Nova plant that processes the organic waste of the cattle breeding industry for foodstuff additional products that are of high demand. There is well, these are all export-oriented industries, and they can have a broader niche, not only at the regional or domestic markets, but they would be focused on the needs of the EU and Middle East. 80% of our economy is already integrated to the EU in terms of the exportation of products, in terms of direct foreign investments coming in, and every time our companies face more and more problems with certification and the imposed quotas on the exportation of commodities. In the future, we would like to focus our attention on creating the certification center. Well, I recognize it sounds like an ambitious plan because the EU legislation allows to establish such certification centers only at the territory of the EU member countries, but still we would love to introduce similar center in Lviv region, which would reflect the needs of the businesses, and it will reflect on our understanding that the economic ties are strong enough already that we might expect the support from the EU. In terms of the creative industries, an interesting comment here. When we conducted various focus groups in 2019-2020, various EDP events, we have observed that in terms of official statistics, there was limited information only about the Lviv polytechnics, 26,000 IT experts, 3 jobs are created in related industries. We had conducted IT research, an in-depth research which allowed us to recognize that there is a huge potential in this industry. It's just that according to the traditional methodology of statistical analysis, it's not obvious what's the employment in those areas, because sometimes there might be a simplified taxation system in place, sometimes the IT experts are qualified as freelancers, and we managed to uncover the truth, namely that the creative industries are very much attracted to the smart specialization efforts. Also, we have various information services, the production of video and audio products, advertisements, theaters, and other activities outlined by the government as those types of jobs that fall under the creative industry umbrella. So when we have conducted our own mapping and analyzed those creative industries, and we learned that it's about 4% of all of the employed people of our region, and it's only based on the official data. So we could not possibly ignore it. Obviously, we include it into our strategy, and so the status quo right now is this. EDP is going on. Also, we have created the Council of Movie Makers, which is aimed at fostering the existing potential in our region. Also, we acknowledge that our efforts of the Governor's Office of the Regional Administration will require some financial support in developing this particular area. In our action plan on implementing the strategy, there are very clear projects identified who might be breakthrough areas for the implementation of smart specialization. The Innovative Park in Lviv Polytechnics, for instance, have already received funding from the Regional Development Fund, which previously the experts joked it's called the National Fund for Building Kindergartens and Schools. Now these are high quality projects, and we would create new labs, the startup school, on Teklebin has been established already, but here we'll focus on creative industry fashion incubator. Again, that's a separate area which has not been fully assessed, but we already have some clusters operating in this area. What it lacks is the needed coordination, the sharing of experience by the professionals, and the joint protection of their interests. For the time being, this is the project in the pipeline, but with a strong potential. Now, the generation of thermal energy using organic waste. Projects that have been actively introduced in private sector of economy. We even had some projects that would stipulate the implementation at the level of local self-governments, but we recognize at the same time that if we are not getting support from the national budget, still it's great that we are designing those projects, because then we can find funds from the territorial communities' budgets to implement them.
Let me stay a little longer on the program development stage, because this was the year when we were launched into EDP, and explaining to people that we didn't have a single financial tool to support smart specialization was very hard. So we set ourselves with a task to develop programs of competitiveness in Lviv region, raising competitiveness, which in addition to reimbursements of different costs, we introduce innovation vouchers to companies. We also set up a competition for startups, and we want to preserve these trends and these areas of work for the next year. Of course, we want to increase funding allocated to that, because innovation vouchers enjoy greater demand, and we have great opportunities to meet this demand. We also have a program to develop innovations and technologies. For us, it was a big surprise, because the proposition to set it up came from the local politicians, from the local council. So we realized that probably a shift in the mindset had taken place. And we, as the individuals who were directly involved in this process, somehow we believed there was no support, but there was, as it happened, and the parliamentarians helped us, and the people from Department of Economic Issues helped us to develop this in line with smart specialization. Now it has been approved to the amount of 5.3 million hryvnias. In terms of funding, and this year we have supported 9 innovation projects, ranging in the amount from 200 to 500,000 hryvnias. So these are the projects targeting the fact that 60% of costs is covered by the regional budget, and the rest is covered either from scientific parks or a university which is involved in the elaboration of the project. So it's great, because it's like a bridge between business and academies. So eventually we have these toolkits available in our hands, and we hope that the outputs will be so satisfactory that the volume of this program will be increased for the next year. In bioeconomics, some of the projects that we have in order to promote innovations, it's agriculture, environment protection, forestry programs, because we also selection center. It's a unique enterprise for Ukraine, because it grows saplings based on Swedish technologies, and they enjoy 90% of survival. It's a story that testifies to the fact that the problems that we have with woods and forests nowadays can be solved in a very creative way. And in the budget, we have some funds available in order to support this competitive advantage. What's next? Next year, what we seek to do is to start exploring such areas of smart specialization which have been understudied, such as medical tourism or curing tourism, and some of the other ones. So bioeconomy. Creative industry is already a champion, and we will develop further some of the tools available for this specialization, and bioeconomy will grow into a general smart specialization strategy because we believe it's important for us. And we want to develop the communication part on this smart specialization platform, that is to say, to establish cooperation with some other regions, especially with the countries which are interesting for us. It's Poland, Finland, Sweden, because in a way we would like to study the development of bioeconomy in these countries. We are also planning that there will be some European regions that will embrace us as a delegation, host us, for our entrepreneurs to go there and pick up their experience, best practices, and jointly with JRC and the Institute of International Politics, I believe we will manage that. Thank you. Thank you indeed. This is very positive in terms of mood. That's really great indeed. Because when we were planning for the year 2022, we were meaning that we already have to have some examples of strategies. Therefore, if you have this kind of alignment and arrangement, this sounds highly optimistic for us and extremely important. Now I would like to give the floor to Ternopil, Lyudmila Berlous, the Department of Economic Development and Trade in the Regional State Administration. You have your clicker, you have your presentation, and Ms. Lyudmila, you're welcome. Ternopil region is one of the regions that is pursuing EDP very efficiently. Therefore, the floor is yours. We have the biggest delegation on behalf of Ternopil region. Therefore, I think that you have a lot to share with the other colleagues and counterparts in other regions. Thank you to the organizers for this invitation and the opportunity to share our modest experience on the way to the development of smart specialization strategy. You said that today we have a big team, powerful team with us. And, in fact, it could have been much bigger because when our business heard about this today's event, in fact, more participants were willing to come. But when they heard that it would be a mixed online and offline mode, some of them decided to do it online. So could you kindly launch my presentation? So the process of smart specialization development and different areas to do with that was initiated in 2019, along with the process of strategic planning for the new period, the years 22 through 27. And as our legal framework envisages, one of the strategic goals for the regional development was supposed to be based on smart specialization. And now our regional strategy includes 3 of those, and the second strategic goal, and the largest in scope and very expensive, this is boosting competitiveness of the region, and one of the operational goals is identified to be based on smart specialization. This is goal 2.5. It's called implementing regional smart specialization. This goal includes 12 technical assignments, to cover which all sources of funding, according to all our calculations, will take 284 million hryvnias. Let me share briefly how we identified these areas of regional specialization. You can see here some snapshots dating back to 2019, when we were just elaborating our regional strategy. The Ministry of Economy back then, given the fact that the legal framework had a very brief mention concerning smart, what that meant, and it was supposed to be based on competition. The ministry helped us very much, of which we are so grateful to it for. we had an expert mission coming to us in Ternopil, and we had an expert from JRC. This was a Lithuanian expert, Jurgita Jurskienė, and in 2019, during 2 days, as she stayed with this expert mission, we tried to involve her as much as we could in all of the events taking place back then. Also, together with Ms. Jurgita, along with her, came a representative of the Ukrainian Institute of the International Politics. It was Dasha Bovkon back then. And it was Jurgita who set fire in us with regard to smart specialization, because by then we hadn't heard much about it. Therefore, it was extremely beneficial for us to hear it about this process from the horse's mouth, from the person that was in charge of curating and monitoring this process in many regions. She had a lot of practical experience and helped us enormously in terms of sharing her practical experience, telling about achievements in different regions, and not only about achievements, challenges as well confronted in those regions. Along with that process, also in 2019, with the involvement of some executive bodies, we were encouraged to participate in various functions. They were more focusing on learning and training. These were different kinds of seminars and training sessions involving European experts. We analyzed the potential of the region and identified the industries that had sufficient innovative potential and could become the basis for smart specialization of our region. This innovation potential in Ternopil region were 11. I'm not going to enumerate them at this point. We also conducted analysis of both economic and business potential. 12 kinds of activities were determined to have sufficient economic potential, and when we juxtapose these economic and business kinds of activities, we saw 3 matches which contained both economic and business potential. It was the production of dairy products, textiles, and lighting equipment. These outputs were not a surprise for us at all, because according to our calculations, the results were very much the same and along the statistical data available at the time. So this exploration allowed us to select the fields and the industries which we believed could become foundation of a smart specialization. Dairy production, dairy product manufacture, we left it. Lighting industry, yes, and according to qualitative analysis, we added 1 more industry. Production of niche and organic products. Why? We had a meeting with stakeholders. We collected representatives of business, academia, also analyzed the digital statistic information, and we saw that this field of niche and organic product production was boding a lot of prospects, promising prospects for Ukraine, because our region is in very many ways an agrarian region, and now we have 10 producers of organic products who are very active. And the land plot for organic production isn't as large as it should be, but year on year it keeps growing. If you do not understand what niche production is, or niche manufacturing, by that we mean such kinds of activity as growing snails, growing raspberries, hazelnuts, growing different herbs. For dairy industry, we have very powerful dairy production manufacturers, which are very famous beyond the boundaries of Ternopil region. Predominantly, this production is consumed within Ukraine. So just as my counterpart from Kiev region said, the export, raw materials are exported, something that requires additional impacting, but this is what we have. So the process of clusterization is taking place slowly. Because we have very powerful production facilities available that have enough resources to implement certain innovations, conduct research on the basis of their enterprises, and they're not much willing to cooperate with other enterprises. Lighting industry is another traditional industry for our region. About 75% of production in this industry is exported, about to as many as 29 countries, mostly to Poland, Belgium, Austria, Germany, while our Ukrainian market is oversaturated with cheap Chinese production of low quality that unfortunately in many ways is faulty, while the production of Ukrainian entrepreneurs cannot be cheap, because in many ways we could say that in many of these products we are monopolists throughout Ukraine. These are like different spotlights, lights, lighting devices that we have for mining industry, and here we have a lot of promising potential concerning niche and organic production manufacture. Processes of clusterization are running more actively. This field proves to be rather mobile. And business in this industry is not large-scaled, but the peculiarity here is that industrial entrepreneurs are very much willing to cooperate, and 3 of these representatives have come to me. They are representatives of Ukrainian snail farming cluster. We also have Opila farming cluster. They are very much interested in collaborations with some of our Ukrainian Ternopil universities. Next, it's the implementation of regional specialization. I'm not going to enumerate all of the tasks. I suppose those of you who are interested can read about that separately. So what have we done as of now? In our region, we have already initiated the EDP procedure. We have developed the roadmap for the region. We have identified regional coordinators per each of the 3 areas of S3, and one of them I am. We have conducted training workshops for trainers, and we also organized the training for holding EDP procedures. So you can see some of the photographs taken in the first meeting dedicated to EDP. The first meeting that we had, it was in a hybrid format because of the quarantine restrictions. That was back in March 2021 on niche and organic industry. And within the framework of this meeting, we managed to develop the SWOT matrix. We discussed strengths and weaknesses of this industry, discussed the vision concerning the future development of the industry. Next, you can see some of the snapshots taken again from the meetings dedicated to niche and organic production. It was held in May this year. Ms. Nadia was our moderator. She came to Ternopil to us to hold and moderate these meetings. Because it was one of the first meetings, we were able to see that online meetings are not too effective. Why? Why not? Because stakeholders are not very much keen on engaging in a dialogue online, but when you're physically present and when a moderator can set the right tone, can ask proper questions and engage the audience, in a dialogue, then definitely interaction becomes much livelier. So our collaboration during the meeting was done in such a way that the majority of the participants, who were representatives of those business community and academic communities, they took it in turns to go up front, and predominantly they spoke about the issues that they are confronted with. You have 3 minutes left. All right. This was an EDP workshop based on lighting industry and technical capabilities. We involved a lot of stakeholders, and honestly, we hadn't even expected to have such a turnout of stakeholders, because we had the representatives of both the industry and our university community, the Polytechnic University in Ternopil sent their representatives. So again, they were talking about barriers and impediments for the further development of the industry. They spoke about the necessity to implement dual education. They said that vocational schools and higher educational facilities prepare the people whose qualities and skills are not exactly in line with the requirements of employers. So we shaped the SWOT analysis and the matrix. The following day, we had the third workshop on niche and organic production, where we managed to move much faster than in other industries. We were already engaged in group works. We were working on the cards for projects. These were small groups sitting around tables. We began to speak about specific projects at that stage. Of course, it makes no sense to talk about them now. Everything is pretty raw. They require a lot of finalization. With regard to the support gained from different sources, definitely it is sorely needed, because part of the enterprises participate in various donor programs. There are some enterprises that have their own research and development laboratories. 27 identifies 3 strategic goals: competitive economy, human resource development, efficient management in face of external and internal challenges, environmental security, and rational exploitation of natural resources. And of course, we apply smart specialization approaches to number 1, a priority. We have already conducted analysis, and we came up with the outputs on social, economic, innovation potential, and scientific potential. Based on this analysis, we identified 2 fields, 2 industries. This is the production of machinery and special equipment, as well as ceramics and china production. The current potential in the region demonstrated a lot of dynamics with regard to innovation implementation, and these industries are represented by 96 active legal entities, the majority of whom are based in Дружківка, Бахмут, Konstantinovka, Mariupol, Kramatorsk, Slavyansk. The industry specialize, the manufacturing facilities specialize in manufacturing of machines, equipment, mining industry, clothes production. Ceramics industry demonstrates a lot of potential and innovative potential likewise. We have about 700 small workshops dealing with the 26 entrepreneurial entities, 3 educational facilities, and they're based in Slavyansk, Kramatorsk, and Družkivka. And they specialize in the production of everyday ceramic objects like tiling, sanitation products. We also had IT sector identified, environmental problem solutions, and the development of alternative sources of energy production. So we have also identified priorities for EDP, and we will be developing a joint project for identifying further priorities of work. And we have already shaped 2 working groups in machine building and mechanical engineering, with the involvement of modern IT clusters, and for the production of china and ceramic products. With regard to ceramics, promising is bioceramics. Let me stress this upon this kind of ceramics, biocompatible ceramics, because this is the most perspective kind of manufacturing, in particular with reference to our eastern region, because it's all about implants of medical character, producing different replacements of joints. So this is a very promising industry.
Керамічного кластеру
The establishment of the regional ceramics cluster, Donetsk region, the manufacturing of electroceramics, construction ceramics, and agate ceramics. Among the priorities in machine building is the production of the equipment to introduce the full cycle of recycling process, waste disposal plants, and waste processing enterprises. The establishment of industrial machine building park, spare parts for vehicles, ceramics industry, and machine building industries. Together they might have some joint priorities. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, thanks a lot. And it's true that in Donetsk region and Lugansk region, from the very beginning of this process of developing smart specialization strategy at the stages of quantitative analysis and qualitative analysis, we had to reflect that after 2014 the economic environment has changed. On the one hand, we had to base everything on the available statistics, but on the other hand, on the reality. So those processes of quantitative first analysis and then qualitative analysis, they were comprehensive for all of us, allowing us to recognize which industries we really need to focus our attention on. Let me give the floor to the next region, Lugansk region, Svetlana Boris, who represents the regional state administration. She is overseeing the smart specialization in Lugansk region. Thank you, Nadia, and I'm extremely grateful for allowing us this opportunity to speak to the colleagues from other regions, even though there are a few of us, but together with online participants, we are grateful for this chance to share our experience with other regions. Our effort started with strategy development for Lugansk region development until the year 2027. That was a novelty for us. We didn't know how to approach it originally, and thus the huge support that we have received from the Ministry of Economy, from the Ukrainian Institute of International Policy in particular, all the workshops and roundtables and seminars and other events shared very useful information exposing us to the European best practices on implementing smart specialization strategies, giving us an idea how to do the same in Lugansk region. Along with the tool set that we have been provided with all the statistical data, which proved to be quite varying in range, we did manage to conduct the detailed analysis of economic and innovative potential of our region. The methodology was shared with us back in June 2019. And we are appreciative of GRC experts' assistance given at that time. So we analyzed the available statistics, and we have shortlisted 5 industries. Well, the sampling results of our analysis suggested that according to statistical data, these are the industries that have the highest economic and innovative potential. We analyzed the data from the years 2014 through 2017, but when we have started analyzing those industries in greater detail, we recognize that the statistical data for our region, unfortunately, were not that much they didn't allow us to represent all of the stakeholders, because some of the companies from the statistical sampling are currently located and have been registered at the currently uncontrolled territories of our region. So it distorted the statistics somehow, and we had to focus our attention on the qualification item 20.1, which deals with resin and synthetic resin and plastic forms and fertilizers. So we do have loads of companies that do produce such chemicals as well as other chemicals, and not only fertilizers but also the plastic production facilities. All of them have been concentrated in 3 cities: Rubizhny, Lysychansk and Severodonetsk. They are neighboring towns located close to one another in a small territory of that part of the oblast that is controlled by the Ukrainian government. So we decided to broaden the scope of our interest, adding the agriculture here. We know that 70% of our region is currently are under arable lands. Agriculture employs about 30% of 11% of people, and 30% of our companies registered are farms or agricultural companies. That was the reason enough for us to focus on agribusiness as yet another smart specialization area, namely the plant growing sub-industry. We recognize that agriculture currently enjoys great potential, and obviously this industry is abundant with innovations, but for some reason statistical authorities are not keeping track of innovations in agriculture. That's why, according to statistical sampling results, this industry has not been selected for our attention, but we decided to do it anyway. We will keep working together with businesses and academia in this regard, especially since we have an agrarian university, other high learning establishments that train experts in agriculture. And there are lots of trades and businesses that are involved in agriculture. Thus, when we developed our strategy, and again, with the assistance of the Ministry of Economy and the Institute of International Policy, we also invited the experts. Manfred Spitzbringen from Austria was among them when he conducted a 2-day workshop. We also invited to attend this event by the chemical industry enterprises agribusiness, farms and companies, NGOs that work together with those industries, and obviously academia, professors from the universities. At that time, we had the Eastern Ukrainian university named after Dal, was quite proactive. So tentatively, we had come up with the list of priority areas that we then included into our strategy of the development of Lugansk region until the year 2027, namely chemicals, biotechnologies, pharmaceuticals. We also have lots of companies that work in pharmaceutics. The establishment of chemical cluster, renewable energy with biofuel, engineering and agriculture. Next, and we recognize that after the strategy is approved and you have strategic goals, by the way, this is the first one, which calls for smart specialization with 2 operational goals. One of them is the development of the heavy industry, the second, the development of agriculture, but we recognize that this process would not be limited by drafting a paper strategy. It should go on, and thanks to the support of the USAID project on economic support or economic resilience of Ukraine, and thanks to the support of the Ministry of Regional Development, we have continued our efforts. We had registered ourselves at the S3 platform. Here are a couple of this is the contact information about my position, some of the statistics about our region, and we are currently filling in content on our platform's page, and we're trying to single out industries from our long list of industries, focusing on competitive products with the support, expert support of the Institute of International Policy. We have conducted 4 workshops on chemical production. Also, we conducted SWOT analysis of this industry, and we have already come up with some narrow areas for us to work more. We came up with project cards. Initially, we had 6 of them, but then we have analyzed in greater detail those areas and eventually dwindled this number to 4. One of them is the production of bioethanol and biopolyethylene. Quite an interesting area, because those products could be used as for its production. It could use the waste from agriculture on the one hand. On the other, they use technologies that allow to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions, and this would prove quite useful not only for the region but for Ukraine at large. The NOx area was proposed by our academia, whereby we'll introduce some new approaches on taking stock, processing and disposing of industrial and household waste. We are looking at the waste disposal capabilities in our region. We analyze what could be done with that waste. It could be used as raw materials, or it could be disposed of, and then we should focus on those methods and technologies that would allow further processing and disposal. The next area selected by us was the production of green hydrogen. Quite an interesting area as well, because it's being widely discussed in the European Union, and Ukraine is considered to be one of the partners along those lines. So, more to follow. And finally, another proposal from our academia, the production of modern fillers, ecologically clean and safe, that could be used in timber processing industry, like wooden furniture production, somewhere where you need to be able to use some materials for finishing of the products, thus making those items of furniture safe for the users, or those fillers could be used, say, for purification of wastewaters or industrial waste. So, such fillers have a great potential behind them, could be used for changing technical or other properties of construction materials. So we will think some more about this area. For the time being, we want to identify the list of stakeholders who will share some innovative ideas, helping us to foster those 4 selected areas, and suggest to us what else do we need for further successful implementation. In the area of agribusiness, agricultural production, the pace of our effort has slowed down because the agrarians are very busy people. They've been facing high season, all those spring planting and then harvesting, and only on the 25th of November we were able to conduct the first workshop in the online format. Hopefully it was quite productive. We have carried out a detailed SWOT analysis of this industry, and now we are getting ready for the next meeting, the meeting where we would have even broader number of participants, and we would be able to come up with those innovative and priority areas which will provide additional impetus for the development of this industry. Also, I would like to add that in this industry, what makes us optimistic that we're gonna raise this industry to a high innovative level. So what adds up optimism to us, that we have signed the agreement between Ukraine and the World Bank, so-called 3V project, one of the components of which is to attract investments into agriculture. It's planned to create an agricultural hub. We are currently analyzing the information as to which agri-clusters could be created in our region. We carry out interesting survey by a consulting company on the value-added chain, on irrigation systems, on how to streamline the climate-centered agriculture based on the climate changes that we are all witnessing around us. So with such joint efforts of our smart specialization team and the 3V project, we definitely would be able to improve our agri-business. Lots has been achieved so far already, but lots of other important work ahead of us, and it's quite inspiring. Thank you, Svetlana. Indeed, we have heard the results of the work for the year 2021. You all are moving forward. Some of the steps might be different for some of you, but EDP as a process is happening adequately. Being as a person who is fully involved in this endeavor. I can tell you that I learned a lot what you are doing even without our support, which only increases our motivation and incentive to continue helping you out, because we recognize that your teams have a great potential. You tap into the potential of your regions and your businesses. So for all of us, that's a very good exercise in communications within our regions. We have been working a lot with our regions from 2016 when the decentralization reform was launched. So when you come visiting a region, Donetsk, Ternopil, Zhytomyr, Odessa, and doesn't matter which, but when people come to your event and they say, I see you for the first time, but I'll be quite curious to work with you, and you know that it was worthwhile to travel all the way from Kiev to help people who live there, who work there. So I'm grateful to you all for all that. And you have mentioned the experts today. That's the cherry on top of the cake. Jurita Petraskiene, Manfred Spitzberger, and Theodora Georgieva. Theodora is a birthday girl today, so congratulations, Theodora. It's a pleasure that you have found time on your birthday to join us. Theodora, we can finally see you on the screen. Welcome, but let me give you floor a bit later, if it's okay with you, because Jurgita Petraskiene, who used to work with us in 21 with Ternopil and Donetsk regions. Jurgita, you have heard the results from the two regions, right? So how do you evaluate them? Do you have any words of encouragement and inspiration for our plans for the upcoming 2022?
Hello, everyone. It's a great pleasure and it's a great honor to participate in your conference, which I think is a very nice and important event to share your experiences. And it's very nice that there are so many things you can and for sure you should be proud of. And I was working with a few regions for some time, and having the experience of developing the smart specialization strategy in Lithuania. After a while, before the new period for you, I tried to think what are the key points that lead you to success. Looking at the experiences of different regions, as working with Ternopilis and Lviv and Donetsk, and I'm very, very happy to see my colleagues today. So I think these points that are key for your success, and I was glad to hear this. First of all, this is leadership. As we all learned through this time working together, that smart specialization, first of all, is about the change. It is about the change how we plan, how we develop our strategies. It's about the change how we argument them. It's about the change how we make analysis. It's about the change how we make decisions and decide on priorities. And it's also about the change how we implement it. So you have gone a long way already, and the success that led you there is, first of all, I think is very much related to leadership. And talking about the leadership, I had a pleasure to see and to share my experience that the regions I've been working with demonstrated really sincere and big involvement, first of all, of administrational authorities of the region, which I think is of a key importance. You have managed to set not only successful coordination teams, and I would really like to say thank you to this, and you should be proud having people like that. As Nadia said, and I saw it personally, that it's not only those wonderful people that we see today on the scene. There are big teams that are working behind, and support to people who coordinate smart specialization at regional authorities is of a big importance. The leadership on another layer, it is people who joined the development of priority areas. And first of all, I would like to mention priority coordinators. Successfully chosen priority coordinators contribute a lot to the development of successful EDP process. Complement with all their networks they have, people working in businesses, people working in academia, infusing all this dialogue with real challenges from the sector. It was especially valuable during the SWOT analysis. It was especially valuable in designing possible project cards. So besides leadership, which is very important in the process, and I'm glad to hear that a number of you mentioned the importance of arguments that you based your process on. This is development of the analysis of economical, innovative research potential. I understand that it took a lot of effort and help of others to collect all the data necessary. But I believe that this exercise is not a one-time exercise. This provides you with methodologies. This provides you with a lot of valuable information, how to plan, how to argument your processes in the future. And I'm glad that you managed to invite, and I congratulate you on this, a huge number of stakeholders, stakeholders representing business, stakeholders representing academia, stakeholders representing different organizations around that are connected to regional development, and this helped us to verify the directions chosen, verify the facts that are provided by statistics, and as you nicely presented, try to find agreement on the development of priority areas. And the third thing that I think is also a key component for the success of the process that you went through and for the future, it is ability to find the right balance between being realistic and ambitious. And there is a very common challenge that a lot of regions, and us in Lithuania, experienced this when designing priority areas and trying to include everything. And you usually come up with priorities that are very broad, or you come up with priorities that do not provide actual possibilities for realistic project pipeline. So I believe that being in the process of EDP, it's nice to hear that you already have plans for the next steps that have to be done. So I encourage you to use all the leadership you already have, all the networks you have managed to create during these years, all the arguments you have managed to find and put on the table to find your ambition feasible, to make it realistic. And besides all the challenges that we are meeting due to this pandemic situation, I believe that people already met, people already are there. You have managed to create an open atmosphere for communication, for exchange of ideas. So, according to plan, we have to proceed with the next rounds of EDP process that will bring us to concrete results in the development of project pipeline, in the development of possible management scheme, monitoring model, and finally the draft of smart specialization strategy itself. So I wish you best luck with all that you are doing. I'm glad to hear enthusiastic presentations, and I hope this enthusiasm will lead you further, and we are there to support you.
Thank you, Georgita, for your wonderful words of inspiration. I'm not going to take any more time. Without much further ado, I would like to give the floor to someone who has been working with Lugansk region, Mr. Manfred Spitzberger. So can you hear us? Would like to hear some words of encouragement.
Yes, I can hear you. I hope you can hear me too. Yeah. Okay. Very good. So it's great to be again present at this regular gathering that UIIP is organizing, and I would like to thank Nadia and her team very much to have this meeting, to have this information exchange and see how the things with smart specialization strategy development are advancing in Ukraine. And overall, I think it's very encouraging to see what has happened over the last time. Of course, I know the story from Luhansk better than the others. So it was really great to see for the chemistry field how Svetlana was describing that you have with the different EDP workshops gone into more detail on the chemistry fields. I've seen green hydrogen is an important topic now, which is indeed for European Union and Ukraine a common field of interest and very of high potential for business development. So I think it's really great that you have put focus on this and that you think to involve your industry in this field. But there are other topics that you have mentioned, the bioethanol. So this is also, of course, very good how this has developed. And with the agro field, we have seen it is complicated to involve the stakeholders here more thoroughly, but I think that is a general problem that we see in smart specialization, that it's not always easy to get the stakeholders on board, but it's very encouraging. You managed finally to bring them to the table and organize a meeting also with these groups. And I think it's also in EU countries a similar situation that it's challenging to bring some of the stakeholders, especially from business, to the EDP workshops. So overall, that's a very positive development that I have seen here. What I also, and I always insist a bit, is about the implementation of the strategies. And of course, some of the regions are not yet at that stage to go already in the concrete implementation. The strategy is not so far developed yet, but I think it's always important to think how the strategy is going to be implemented with which kind of tools. And I found it very interesting what the colleague from Lviv was mentioning with the tools such as innovation vouchers, such as innovation projects, and support for startups. I think that's very appropriate tools. It's very encouraging, and I think it would be very interesting for the whole group, for other Ukrainian regions, to learn from this experience, how this is implemented in Lviv, and what kind of challenges, but also positive developments can be achieved. So it was very encouraging to hear that there's a lot of demand for innovation vouchers. I think it's a very useful tool. It's not so financially intensive. You don't need so many resources for that. So I think it's very good that the region in Lviv is also investing money in that. But we should not get out of sight that there is also support from the European Union or from other international donors available, which should be used. And in Luhansk, there is of course a USAID project available, but we should also consider that there is currently an initiative of the European Union for coal regions in transition, which is concerning several Ukrainian regions as well, and integrating them. There is, I think, Luhansk, Donetsk, and Lviv, and Volyn regions which can participate in this initiative. And I think the opportunities that are there should also be well used. Yeah, I think with this, I would only extend my best wishes to you and encourage you to go this very positive way and continue on this path and finalize the strategies and then implement them. So good luck with that. All the best.
Дякую за слова натхнення.
Thank you, Manfred. Thank you for your words of encouragement. And next, I would like to give the floor to Theodora Georgieva, who in 2021 worked with Khmelnytsk region, and in 2022 we continue to work with Khmelnytsk region. So the floor is yours, Theodora.
Thank you. Thank you, Nadia. Thank you for the invitation to share my experience working with the guest team of the region of Khmelnytsk. And thank you for the wishes. Thank you very much. I have a very short presentation, if it's possible to share. Okay. First of all, I would like to provide a very short profile of the region regarding the research and innovation. The profile was a result of an analysis conducted during the JRC supporting activities. Next slide, please. Thanks to the joint efforts of the state and regional administration, we collected new information and managed to update the existing analysis in this field. Thus, the linkages between the most developed research and scientific results and technological assets in the region, on the one hand, and priority fields for smart specialization on the other, became more explicit and served as a basis for organizing DDP events afterwards. As you can see, the predominant part, or about 60% of the R&D investments, are in the field of fundamental research. This correlates with the growing number of scientific publications and citations in international databases in recent years, which is mainly due to fundamental research. On the other hand, the number of patent applications resulting from applied research is declining. Next slide, please. An important result achieved so far during the first phase of JRC supporting activities was related to the organization of 2 EDP events. More than 20 participants represented the light industry, intermediaries, and research organizations. The most exciting was the fact that all business owners, consultants, and academics who attended the events were very motivated and very interested in the process of smart specialization and the way it could help them in achieving a higher visibility at the national and international markets and higher competitiveness. Apart from that, in the field of light industry, a roadmap was developed and 2 projects were implemented to increase the competitiveness of enterprises and to support the cluster initiatives within the sector. For these reasons, I think the light industry can serve as a good practice and a showcase for motivating the stakeholders from the other priority areas, food industry and mechanical engineering, to be more active in the process of entrepreneurial discovery. Next slide, please. As for the other strengths of the region, I would like to notice the really dedicated regional administration team. People who are engaged with the S3 agenda and the very fast progress achieved by them so far. Of course, there are challenges, but they are very similar to challenges in other regions in the country, which is the base for finding common solutions. Thank you for the attention, and I would like to say that for me, it would be a great pleasure to work with the regional team during the next 6 months or so for the next steps in the process of smart specialization. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Theodora, for your support. Thank you very much indeed, and truly we will be seeing each other on multiple occasions during 2022. So the speakers, you have had your say. Now would like to provide the possibility to ask questions to the members of our audience. You can raise your hands. You can raise questions with the representatives of the regions. If you have any remarks, observations to make, any suggestions to offer, perhaps something surprised you, worried, disturbed you, could be anything. So you're welcome to raise it with us. My name is Denis Shumekin, in the Ministry of Economy, the team of reform support. A couple of tips on how you involve businesses in the development of smart specialization, because for me it's a really rankling issue. So maybe a couple of tips that you could offer to your colleagues and share with your colleagues. Is anybody ready? Well, in fact, business comes to us, representatives of business, they come to us because they know that we extend different programs of support, and certain number of industries have already clusterized, and they stand up for their interests, they advocate their needs and wants, not only in specialization section, also in resource provision, vocational training. They work with authorities very tightly, and they set assignments for us, in fact. So all we can do is just to carry out their wishes and to meet their wants and needs. And in terms of involvement and work with focus groups, maybe you need to remark that the time that you will take for organizing and conducting 3 workshops, it should target in the first identifying common solutions for them to, first of all, establish some kind of cooperation. And probably for us, the most pleasant, together with Nadia, was that during such meetings, love germinated, and even some shared and joint projects ensued, even in online formats, as we were discussing them. So this was the most encouraging and wonderful thing during this year. And I propose that our colleagues should also develop the programs to support local businesses, and the toolkit has to be expanded. Because as soon as entrepreneurs get to find out about that, they will be willing themselves to extend cooperation with you and amongst each other. Thank you. Anybody else is ready to answer this question? Yes, in support of what Vadim has just said, I would like to say that for me it was a real surprise that businesses came to us to participate in these workshops when we made announcements in different social networks. One peculiarity was to speak about what is smart specialization. For people it was new and novel, and once they came to listen, there was a lot of cooperation as well as competition between themselves, how to build these clusters, how to unite efforts. So it's really workable. It is feasible indeed. And in support of what Vadim said, once you have available, efficient tools, and I suppose that our local parliamentarians in Kiev region will support the idea concerning financial tools to support businesses. So these program tools are necessarily wanted for businesses to start trusting authorities. Thank you. Anybody else? We have slightly more modest experience of interacting with business representatives because unfortunately our business is very limited. We have this program to support entrepreneurship, but it's not functional due to the lack of funding. Therefore, it's just direct interaction by phone, trying to convince and explain how this might prove useful for businesses in the future. This is all experience that I have had so far. In actuality, we communicate with businesses in a variety of areas. And I believe that as of now, we have arrived at a situation when, well, I cannot say that we're partners with business, but we may prove useful to each other. In some ways, businesses come to us, reach out to us, and we organize certain support for them. Otherwise, business that just gets set up go to centers that support entrepreneurial activities, and if these centers function well, then the representatives of business immediately see that authorities are helpful to them. And when we organized the first workshops and we tried to get it across to businesses what specialization was all about, businesses were nicely surprised us. They said to us, stop, we know what S3 platform is all about. So businesses self-educate themselves and they know much about this. And when there are different workshops concerning smart specialization in particular, businesses know how actively these processes are developing in the EU countries. Sometimes we had situations when businesses came to us, initiated these processes in a way, and got involved. Sometimes, of course, you have to explain it additionally to some. Some come out of curiosity. But this dialogue definitely needs to be established. It requires investments, and definitely there will be very positive outcomes. Thank you. We have coordinators of groups in mechanical engineering and ceramics that we keep in touch with every day, no matter when. Whenever they have time available, whenever questions arise. And they, in their turn, collect special questions, and then we establish this dialogue and keep it running. And on my behalf, concerning the dialogue, let me add by saying something that Natalia said. We involve them, we telephone them, something that Svetlana also confirmed. They just come out of curiosity. What is smart specialization? They may have picked it up from their colleagues in their interaction, because business is a very mobile story that everybody gets involved in. A lot of interesting information is spread. So people say, okay, it's interesting. It'll take a half an hour of my time, but let me just listen in on that. At least I'll know what it's all about. Then we try to explain that if it gets you interested, you can also get your colleagues involved. And sometimes these people would bring their friends round. We had such cases, and it's much better than give calls on behalf of the state regional administration, because you trust your friends, partners much more than authorities. Unfortunately, that's true. But given the fact that the number of regions is growing and involving business representatives more efficiently, I think that this process is shifting along the lines of more effective communication, and thus enables us to think more clearly that this communication is being established very efficiently. Thank you for this question. I suppose it's one of the most important ones for us to tackle as a challenge. All of the regions are confronted with that. As soon as they initiate a DP procedure, where to get these businesses and how to maintain them. But there are some other situations. There are businesses who may come, they understand it's not interesting for them, and they leave the group. And it's also okay. There's nothing wrong with that. And at any stage of entrepreneurial discovery procedure, businesses can get involved. And we keep telling everyone, our group is open. Anyone can get on board at any stage. They might find it interesting. So this is how we are trying to establish the dialogue. You're welcome if you have any more questions, because we have some 10 minutes left. Let's ask the representatives of authorities. what is attractive for them about smart specialization. Anatoly Bazov is my name. I come from Ternopil region. I cannot even remember how we arrived at the necessity to initiate smart specialization, but I remember it specifically that back in 2019, it got us thinking about how to move from just producing raw materials to finished products. And somehow, at some point, smart specialization loomed on the horizon. So, of course, we got interested. I think we began to think about innovations and processing and added value ourselves. And this project, so to say, when you think about your goal that you pursue, then money, time, resources, possibilities, they all materialize. So probably this was exactly the way it was happening to us. We were keenly interested. We saw the prospects. And at this conference, we have picked up and clarified a lot of stuff compared with other workshops. So hopefully things will work out for the best for us. Thank you. Yes, we're 100% sure that things will work out for the best. It'll work out. Thank you for your feedback. Anybody else? Please pick up the microphone so that everyone can hear. I was meaning to ask Mr. Vadim. In your presentation, you articulated the fact that in Lviv region, there is this innovative approach concerning protection of forests. Could you elaborate on that and expand on that? Yes, it's true. We have a unique enterprise. This is a seeding and sampling enterprise that deals with growing samplings of various species of trees. And from the state or regional budget, significant funding was allocated in order to upgrade the technical capabilities of this enterprise. So they sell not only within the confines of our region, they go outside the borders of Lviv region. Others are embracing this experience and they would like to copy it and duplicate it across the full border of Ukraine. This system, once again, I'm not an expert on biotechnologies, but the system allows us with 90% certainty to count on these samplings to survive. And unlike the previous methods that utilities and forestries used to operate, this proves much more efficient for our forests and woods. We have a massive forestry area, but we are already experiencing some issues and problems with some unplanned and illegal deforestation works. And this particularly goes for such territories where, as a result of that, different technogenic problems may arise to do with extensive fallout, rainfall. So all of this, once again, requires planning, territorial planning. And given the fact that we have a possibility to grow all of these saplings of trees, and they survive to a much greater amount. So that's a wonderful solution. I don't know what can be advised to others. Please come round to our Lviv region. We'll give you a tour on behalf of the Department of Economic Policies, because it's much better to see it once with your own eyes rather than hear it 100 times. Thank you for the invitation. But of course, we would like to gain some more from this visit. And my second question is, do you think it's possible to involve from other regions into your clusters, like your fashion cluster that you have already established in your Lviv region, representatives from other regions in order to boost the synergy and once again to enhance the efficiency of the already existent clusters? Yes, our IT cluster in particular, we're already involved in Ivano-Frankivsk and Lviv regions because we are adjacent to each other, we're neighboring regions, and the further exploration of IT cluster, we will be targeting our two neighboring regions, because business is the environment which in the first place becomes very conscious of the necessity of regional cooperation, because that's something that allows you to multiply your success, and it will be actively supported. With regard to other fields and industries, I cannot say off the top of my head, but we understand that textile industry is interested in cooperation with other territories. Woodworks and furniture making industries, they immediately sense this benefit from cooperation and regional cooperation likewise, because in addition to innovations, there are some hardships they have with regard to sourcing raw materials and going to international markets. So there are very good justifications for clustering. One more question, please, if I may. As you were establishing your clusters in Lviv region, in the budget for the activities of these clusters, predominantly did you have your own resources or state resources? Own resources of the enterprises primarily, because the clusters were aware of the fact that it will take them ages to wait for allocations from state or regional budgets. And once they set up their own clusters and when began to cooperate on VET, that was something that really joined them together. They went to regional authorities and they said, we see what we need. Let us make the necessary order in line with the requirements of our employers in the region. And this cooperation spread to providing the necessary resources in order to support these clusters. And of course, it extended further to go into international markets in order to enhance the innovative part of the activities of these clusters. That's something that we keep working on. Thank you, colleagues.
We still have time left for just one more question before we draw our conclusions. Natalia Shvets, Lugansk region. Yes, my question is also addressed to Mr. Vadim. And my question is this. I have seen that Lviv region has been... can you please tell us the story behind you being registered at the platform and who initiated this in your region? Well, we have lots of focus clusters like this, biotechnologies in particular, medical tourism, and everything to do with it. Thus, they have very focused, narrow subject matter areas of setting up cooperation projects with similar narrow subject matter projects and clusters elsewhere in the region, and that's what we were basing our decision to register in this particular domain, hoping that in the future would be able to post as many materials to our page as possible, because it lacks the content for the time being. We will share contacts of our coordinators there, because in creative industries they have the contacts, and by economics they have it, but in medical tourism and biotechnologies, unfortunately, we still need to find those or the one who would be willing to lead the project. Currently, it's the technical considerations that needs to be resolved, but I'm confident that come next year we'll be able, with Nadia's support, make sure that the chemicals will have their own priorities and their own coordinator, because it's all about the coordinator. Without the coordinator for a certain area, it's very tough. I agree with Svetlana, it's difficult for you to call people, to convince them. We are using the principle of delegating the authority. We asked around, hey guys, who would like to become a coordinator? We shared this appeal over Facebook. First come, first serve principle, quite liberal and democratic. And what's great about this is that we already got some successes under our belt. The coordinator is a person who can help this industry thematically, because people in the and who work for local authorities would not know everything about machine building and agriculture and biotechnology. So during the EDP phase, when we listen to the participants, it's as if they switch to a foreign language, because they switch to terminology that they are used to as narrow subject matter experts. We don't. And that's why we need the coordinator who could translate what they say in their business jargon into the language that all of us will understand. Well, first of all, thank you for this first response. My second one is also about the coordination groups. I represent the group of coordinators in the area of chemical production in Lugansk region. Also, I represent the Eastern Ukrainian university named after Dal, that is also involved in smart specialization. Those groups in Lviv region, have they been established along all of the priority areas that you have identified? Is it true? Yes, that's exactly what we did. We issued the regulation, and things got it speeded up because we found people with vested interests. If my memory is correct, back in 2020 we approved this regulation on bioeconomics and creative industries to begin with, and the other two priorities we still need to look for additional stakeholders to make sure that this process would be self-sufficient. By word of mouth, friends will bring their friends, not like it was happening when the authorities were calling the business and trying to convince them to waste their time and talk to their own colleagues and build some ties. So we have the place where this might be happening. We just need to finalize it on paper. Why this particular person is a coordinator. Such questions we did have, by the way. So whoever was coming to us, first come, first serve principle, that was the person who was assigned, and there were no concerns about this. We were not conducting any testing or any competitive bidding. Let me add here that it's not about one person being a coordinator. It could be a group of people, by the way, and it's going to be even simpler. A tandem of a person from academia and a person from business. Thus, you cover the two major groups of stakeholders, thus involving even more people in the work of this working group. So even if in your industries people keep asking you why this person is a coordinator, what about my bid to coordinate? Fine, let them work, the two of them, the three of them, the more the merrier. Even stronger impact on the success of those working groups for sure. Now that we exhausted our questions, we have also exhausted our agenda for today, and summing up, I would like to remind all of us how we work in the year 2022. Well, 7 regions with the support of the experts of the Joint Research Center Kyiv, Lviv, Ivano-Frankivsk, Odessa, Vinnytsia, Khmelnytsk, and Ternopil. Additional 2 regions, Lugansk and Donetsk, who have a USAID economic resilience projects in the east of Ukraine, and they would be supported in drafting the lists of their priorities in smart specialization. That doesn't mean that other regions stay outside the boundaries of this process. No, you can be proactive here. For that, you don't actually need any push from a European expert. He's not going to be doing it for you. The lion's share of work is done by you, by residents of those regions. We can only help you with choosing the right direction. If you follow it, you'll meet your goals. If not, we cannot do anything for you, neither us from the Ukrainian International Affairs Institute nor the GRC people. So we are always with you. We are at hand. You know our contact information. Those of you who are watching us online, I address all of you from all of the regions. If you have the aspiration to start this process, check the contacts at our Facebook page that broadcasts this event. By the way, the recordings of this event will be offered at the Facebook page, in both languages, Ukrainian and English. And if you would like to share with your colleagues abroad about your achievements and about this event, please do that. I would like to thank our interpreters who were working with us, whom we sometimes hear, sometimes we don't, but they are constantly working with us, which is extremely important for us. I would also like to thank the Ukr-Stream team for technical support of the broadcasting efforts and the work for all of us here in the studio. And separately, I would like to thank our working bees, because that's an extremely important work that you're doing. You are working a lot in this area to help us achieve and demonstrate the results that's what we did today. By the way, seasonal greetings to all of you. Hopefully in the year 2022, well, hopefully we'll see each other in this year, but in 2022 we will relaunch this process. We have some oblasts that only begin their work, so stay in touch. We have contact information, those who don't have it, the Facebook page of the Ukrainian Institute of International Policy, and thanks a lot for the Ministry of Economy's reform support team for their constant support in organizing our events. Thank you and goodbye.